Was that?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully you had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Eamon. Good morning, Peter. How are you guys this morning?
I'm having a good morning. Nothing to report here. All is good. Life is good on the front. Got a little colder though. The weather, which was like super hot, went cold yesterday. I was having a went over to visit a friend from high school, and we're sitting in the backyard, and it was cold. Anyways, but other than that, yeah, life is good. At least I'm not sleepy. Eamon, you still awake?
I am sleepy. I am sleepy. Like the little guy didn't want to fall asleep yesterday. He had his own adventures, I guess. And then suddenly it's like 6 a.m. and then I'm not sleepy and I'm fully awake. And right now it's starting to hit me.
Well, that welcome to parenthood. Yes, indeed. That's part of the, part of the way it works.
Well, at least sometimes I get the sleep, sometimes I don't, but I get to recharge.
Yeah. All right, friends. Quick look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Pretty balanced this morning. Some stuff in the green, some stuff in the red, but not heavily leaning in one direction. So should be interesting when there's so much happening today and last night after hours. We'll get into all of that. But before we do so, friends, let's head over to Eamon with Wednesday in 60 seconds.
All right, guys.
Oh yeah, Wednesday.
Wait.
Right.
I thought I messed up again. No.
I know. I'm like,
I am sleepy, but this time is good.
Yeah. Today is Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
Yesterday. Got it.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, guys, yesterday was a quiet day. The S&P dropped 1% the Nasdaq around 0.5%, and the Dow basically was flat. It literally closed nowhere. So probably the most exciting part for yesterday happened after the close. Google reported what looked like an incredible quarter, I would say. The revenue grew 24%, the search remained strong, and Google Cloud grew more than 80% with its backlog passing past $500 billion, which is, yeah, that's actually a lot, right? Normally, numbers like that would have investors celebrating, but instead the stock fell 3.5% after hours, at least last I checked. Why? Because the company is spending money almost as quickly as it makes it. The spending reached nearly $45 billion for the quarter. The free cash flow turned negative, and the management raised its full year spending forecast one more time. So cloud growth is great, it's amazing, but at some point, Wall Street would also like to see that cloud is making some money. Tesla had a similar story. I mean, it sold a record number of vehicles and the revenue recovered a lot, but the profits were smaller than expected, and the free cash flow also was negative. And the main reason there is that Tesla keeps pouring a lot of money into robotaxis and the AI robotics. I mean, in short, Tesla did sell more cars, but it did not make enough money from them to impress the investors. And that's the exact same story as Google. IBM also confirmed the weakness that it warned us about last week. The revenue grew only 1%. The earnings missed expectations, and the company lowered its full year growth guidance, but it didn't go far after these earnings because the negative news were already priced in after that big drop. The main issue is that companies are redirecting more of their technology budgets toward the AI infrastructure, and they leave less money for the traditional software consulting and hardware, and that is the biggest issue with IBM. But obviously, not every single report yesterday was bad. Texas Instruments gave us strong growth across the industrial, automotive, and data center demand, and it gave better than expected outlook. This is actually important because it suggests that semiconductors recovery is spreading beyond just NVDA and the biggest AI chips. ServiceNow also reported a strong subscription growth, and it said that the AI business now past $1 billion in contract value. So generally, we keep having the same issue. The orders, cloud contracts, and infrastructure spendings are really high. The problem is that investors are sick of spending alone, and they now want to know who can just turn all that spending into actual money. That's the summary of yesterday's earning and what happened yesterday. Now let's go to today. Today we'll be having one main important economic report at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll be getting the initial jobless claims. The market expects 211,000 Americans to have filed for unemployment benefits last week. Normally, this report gets a few seconds of attention and everyone moves on. It doesn't move the market a lot, but today it could mean a little bit more, not necessarily, but anything can happen. The Federal Reserve meets next week. Inflation concerns are rising again. The oil is past $96, and traders are now considering whether the Fed could raise the rates. So investors want to see whether the labor market is still strong enough to handle the last, at least, I mean, some of the issues or not. I mean, a low claims number could show that the layoffs are still limited. That could keep pressure on bond yields because the Fed has less reason to worry about the economy. A high number would be telling us that there is some weakness in the labor market, and that could make the Fed's job a little bit more complicated. The earnings I think we had a few companies already reported. RTX had good report. Honeywell looks like it was mixed, but the outlook improved. I'm looking at Blackstone, which also delivered a good beat. T-Mobile Mobile also beat and raised its cash flow. And Comcast seems that it has reported its first ever quarterly profit, which is not bad actually. So again, the earning story seems to be good. And these companies, they give us a useful look at different parts of the economy. RTX tells us about the defense and aerospace demand. Union Pacific tells us how much freight is moving around the country. Honeywell gives us a read into industrial activity, and obviously T-Mobile and Comcast tell us how consumers are spending on phone and internet services. I think the most interesting thing today would be to see what happens to Alphabet and Tesla after yesterday's earning. Obviously, the growth was exceptional, especially on Google, but the stock fell a lot. And that could actually affect Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta today. They could be in play because of what happened to Google. Remember that these companies, they will be reporting next week, and all the three companies are spending so heavily in AI, so they could get the exact same outcome. Or maybe yesterday's Google negative news on all of these spendings and drop could affect these companies today, and they could drop even prior to earnings. Also watch semiconductor names. You know that Alphabet plans to spend $205 billion this year. Obviously, it's bad news for the cash flow that it has, especially with the earnings that it had yesterday. But anyway, this spending is bad for Alphabet, but it is good for companies that are selling the chips, right? It's good for MU, it's good for SanDisk, and it's good for other companies that are making chips. And today's main report will be Intel. Intel shares have nearly tripled this year. The investors expect real progress. I think the most important number will probably be demand for Intel server processors, which are obviously benefiting from the expansion of the AI data centers. We also want to see some updates on foundry business, whether outside companies are actually choosing Intel to manufacture or package their chips. That's it for today. Now we can head to Peter and the economic calendar and the gappers list, and I have a few things that I need to do, so I'll be back with the social pulse mid-show.
Okay. Yeah. So the only thing of interest today are the jobless claims. Initial and continuing jobless claims are going to be coming out at 8:30, if I can say it. You know, but the big but. Whoa, that could be wrong, interpreted wrong. Anyways, the condition here is that the market usually doesn't really care that much. And I was just looking at a chart that maybe shows why the market doesn't care. Look at the initial jobless claims. And we can track this back. This chart here goes from 2014 right through to today. So we have, let's call it about 12 years worth of data on this chart. And look how the market used to care about little fluctuations in the jobless claims, but then we had the whole, pandemic, just craziness. Look at all the jobless claims that happened in 2020 when the pandemic hit, and then that tapered off, and we're back to what looks like a flat line set of numbers. So no wonder the market has largely said, you know what, we don't care anymore. Notice that that line is higher than it was prior to the pandemic. But even so, the market's like, you know what? It doesn't change that much. It's just whatever it is. We are going to generally ignore this data. I think that's what happened. When you get that type of excitement that lasted about 2 years, right? Because this data goes from 2020 through to 2020, March 2022, roughly, before things sort of settled back again into this sort of steady state. So I think you get the bros on Wall Street that are really just saying, you know what? We had our fun. When we were reacting to big numbers, these numbers are just all the same. So who cares? Let's just keep going. I was really struck by what Eamon was talking about yesterday when you look at the market and how, something like 90%, 95% of all companies are reporting record earnings and beating their numbers. Normally, those would be the conditions for the market to go into a bull run. And right now, the market's like, whatever. Everybody's making money. They're making more money than they predicted. Like, what is happening? It's just none of this makes any sense. By all historic measures, none of this makes any sense. So, I think we just roll with it. The market is what it is. We'll just keep playing it up or down. I don't always. Sometimes you just can't put logic to the situation, right? We're just gonna have to react to the signals the market's giving us, and we'll do our best to interpret the economic data and the other information to give us a signal. But in a lot of cases, it doesn't. The only thing you've got is the actual market action, which puts us in a very interesting scenario. I mean, for traders like Andrew and those that read the market signals every morning very well, they're loving it, right? Because this is right in their wheelhouse. For many others, right, you may be finding it a little tougher because if you used to use the economic signals, or you can get an idea if a company is doing really well, you can get sort of a run or a move in the stock. Those things don't seem to carry as much weight anymore. They're not doing the job they used to in moving stocks up or down, right? Good news doesn't mean up, bad news doesn't mean down anymore. So it's just, for me, it's fascinating to watch. And as a trader, I'm going to try and use the signals. And I've learned to, I'll pay attention to the economic data, but I'm not going to trade based on it. Just because I think we need to know it. We need to understand it, because you never know when that's going to change again. But for right now, the economic data is largely irrelevant, whether it's company based or macroeconomic. It just doesn't seem to translate into market movement. This has been Peter's opinion. Anyway.
So true, man. That's what we've been seeing. So yeah, I get it 100%. All right, friends, let's dive in here. TradingTerminal.com, our gap up and gap down list this morning. We have a couple of things on here. Let's quickly go through them. ADVB is the first one. We've seen this on our list quite often lately. So again, back on here, if you can see, I think it's all week, right? Yeah, all week, started Monday. Getting some volume, huge volume, 52 million compared to what they normally get. And you can see how well they have been trading yesterday. After a quiet Tuesday, yesterday took off again, this time all the way to 19, and then losing some ground this morning, gapping. It's gapping up. I know. You would think this is gapping down, but it's gapping up because from 19 it closed at 12, and then today we're a little bit higher. So, but lower from the highs that it hit. So it's still doing some stuff here. Volume seems to be at 1.4 million. Low flow stock at under 1 million shares flow. You can see here on the pre-market action, you do got some movement. It's not great, but it is doing some stuff here somehow. Hard to borrow, as you would think, with Interactive Brokers. So again, Peter, going on his fourth day in play with two really big push higher. What's your thoughts on this thing?
Yeah, I am stunned. I am very, very surprised that we are even still talking about it. I don't know what to suggest anymore to take, because this thing just seems to have more legs than it should based on the news that occurred. So it seems to have caught some memers' attentions. But what's really weird is, I mean, just look at the volume, right? Remember yesterday I was saying, well, based on the pattern. But and the pattern sort of held. We had big volume and then no volume and then big volume again. So does that mean that today's no volume? I don't know. Like, it's not enough data really to create a pattern. But Carlos, I have no idea what to recommend. I mean, watch it. Buyer beware. Watch at your own risk. It's hard to borrow, which means you can only trade it long. At least on my
Yep.
platform, I can only trade it to the long side. So there's no shorts available. But yeah, if you want a risky play, sure. I mean, there have been some other better ones along the way, by the way. I mean, if you really want to go crazy and trade high volume, low float thing, why don't you just go for LGCL, Lucas GC Limited? What does it do? No idea. But it's up 90% with 28 million shares traded in the pre-market. So if you're going to go crazy with the low float, maybe you just do that one. Uh, you know, anyways, Carlos, it's a low float that just oddly, it's not really, it's trading just like a low float. And yeah, I'm not doing anything with it. So,
Yeah. Careful, friends, on that one. Actually, pretty active right now. But again, a low flow stock, you want to be careful on that. Yeah, Peter.
Carlos, I can't do a poll. Maybe I don't have the authority
Where?
here. I was going to do a poll
Your
in
chat?
YouTube. Yeah, in YouTube.
Oh no, yeah, you can only do it through Andrew's account.
Okay.
Send it to me.
Okay.
I can set it up.
That's right. Well, I have all this news that I'm all excited because none of it, well, only one of it is market related. So I just wanted to ask people, maybe you could just type your comments here. What news do you want to hear most? I've got news about. Do you want to hear about delis in New Jersey? Do you want to hear about dead bodies? Do you want to hear about AI, or do you want to hear about trains? There you go. Those are my four items that I wanted to share. I'm not sure if we'll have time for all of them, so that's why I thought I'd do a survey. Maybe we just take the
Yeah.
top two. You have to figure out the others on your own. So trains, dead bodies, AI, or what was the fourth one? Oh, delis, New Jersey delis. Though actually, two of them are sort of market related, I guess.
Yeah. Oh boy,
So.
let's talk Star Trek trivia. I'm not gonna be part of that one. That's for sure. So we'll leave that one alone. All right, you got some answers coming in, Peter.
Everybody's all over the place. Trains and AI and
pretty
dead
mixed.
bodies, delis.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Well, maybe I'll just have to pick them.
I vote for trains.
What's that?
Trains.
I vote for trains. I'm really
You wanna
curious
vote for
about that
trains?
train. Exactly. Can't my
Alright.
vote for trains?
So,
Trains are great.
dead bodies and trains. All right. Well, anyway, so you want to do one now, since I've brought it up and I've distracted us
Yeah.
completely. All
No,
right.
yeah, let's
well,
do
let's
one.
start. Let's start with the fun one. Let's start with trains then. You want to talk trains? All right. Here you go. Here's a picture of Big Boy 4014. It is the largest steam engine still in operation in the world. This is a 1.2 million pound steam engine, a train, that is doing a tour of the U.S. as part of the U.S. 250 celebrations. And if Mike's out there, it's actually in Kansas City, Missouri. That's his town right now. It's there today. Mike, yeah, it's there today, apparently. So you can go see it if you want. There you go. Mike's around. So what is fascinating about this was built in the 1940s. It was built to haul heavy freight during the Second World War through the mountains. And again, it's the largest operating steam engine. About 40 of them were built. It was retired in 1961, I think, because it just wasn't efficient. The new diesel electric trains were much more efficient, and they moved to them. What's amazing to this? Do you think your car is not fuel efficient? You want to talk about fuel efficiency? This steam engine, again, remember, it weighs 1.2 million pounds, and it's designed to haul heavy freight. Think of how much fuel it takes. This thing uses 250 gallons of water and 15 gallons of fuel per mile to operate. 250 gallons of fuel, of water, and 15 gallons of fuel per mile, and it's on a
That's
tour of the
insane.
U.S. That
That's
is,
like that sounds like a crime. Like, why are you moving this thing?
yeah,
Park it and have people
that's
come see it. What the
that
heck?
is.
Whose idea
Can you
was
imagine
this?
how, like, yeah, that's stunning to me.
I
That's
thought we have
amazing.
oil
Anyways,
issues worldwide right now, but apparently not.
yeah, well, not. Yeah, well, that's right. And at the current price of gas, yeah, it's costing you $1 million a day to move. I actually don't know how much it costs to move this thing around, but it was actually retired. It was in a museum, and then Union Pacific bought it back and took it out of retirement, and they're just using it as sort of this demonstration piece, and it's touring the U.S. A whole bunch of cities. So, anyways, and you can track it. There's a whole tracker and everything. So, anyways, so there you go. So there's the train news. I thought that was interesting. It was just the amount
Yeah.
of fuel and water that it uses for every mile is what stunned me. But yeah, Big Boy, I love it. Big Boy 4014. So if you want to go see it, it might be coming to a city near you. After it leaves Kansas City. Oh, actually, sorry, it was there yesterday. I got the day wrong. It actually leaving at 9 a.m. Central Time this morning, and then it's going to Topeka. And yeah, it's got next the rest of the week it'll be touring other parts of Kansas. So, anyways, all right,
That's just
there you go. There's your train news.
madness.
All right,
Madness.
we can get back to stocks now.
Yeah, it does. Actually, this kind of does relate to stocks because it just tells you want to know a company that's making a lot of money, Union Pacific, because they have money to pull this stuff off. My goodness. All right, here we go. Service now, guys, a gapping up 4%, 1.7 million shares traded. I know many people like this stock, many of our viewers. Pre-market today looks great. I think I'm going to add it to my list. Looks really good here. The daily also, you could tell the drop we had yesterday recovering pretty nice this morning. Peter, I'm assuming earnings last night, given how or reacting to someone else's earnings, because the way it's moved after hours, I'm assuming there's got to be some news that broke out, creating the movement here.
Yeah, it was the one that we were confused about yesterday as to whether its earnings were pre-market or post. It ended up being post-market, and yeah, they basically delivered about $4 billion in revenue, earnings per share of 90 cents, and they raised their guidance all because they said that their AI business is going gangbusters. So, I mean, I guess that's still what the market wants to hear. Remember, they're at the service end of it. So that was actually an important statement. Remember, it was IBM that threw the market for a loop here when they said that the clients were moving money away from services and away from, away from AI services and other software services. And into hardware because of the cost of memory was soaking up more of their budget than anticipated. So it's good news for ServiceNow that they're able to say we beat in the last quarter just reported, and we're actually raising our guidance for the next quarter. So the market breathed, I think, a little bit of a sigh of relief, and ServiceNow benefited by moving higher. Now, this morning, I've noticed that it's lost a lot of that. It was much higher earlier. It's up about 4.7% right now. And it was up about twice that, at its peak late last night and early this morning. So, yeah, I think we've got some room to play on this. 1.7 million shares traded. Don't forget, this is a NYSE stock, trades on the New York Stock Exchange. So just be careful with that, right? Wait for the volume to come in. I think I'm going to put it on my list, Carlos. I've got to wait and see what the other stuff is that we come up with, but it can move on occasion. I'm not sure, but I'll put on my list. I don't normally trade it because it's usually pretty. It doesn't quite move the way I like, but maybe today will be its day.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I do like the pre-market action a lot. Hopefully that can translate to some clean trading at the market open, but I agree with you. Sometimes it could be a brutal one. I will add it to the list and we'll see where it goes from there. TSCO is next, friends. And here, we waste no time on this. This looks horrible. Should have made our list probably, but it's got the volume, it's gapping up. Again, not looking all that great. I will probably leave this alone, Peter, unless you have anything to add.
Tractor Supply Company. They're one of the very, very few companies that reported that didn't actually beat their numbers. They were just under on revenue and just under on earnings, not by much. 4.5 million versus of revenue versus 4.5 billion versus 4.6 billion estimate, and then their earnings per share missed by 2 cents. So, yeah, not enough volume for us to trade though. Which is a shame. I'd love to trade the Tractor Supply Company just because, but yeah, it doesn't get enough volume.
Yep. Yep. All right. We'll leave that one alone. Doesn't look good. Last one here, which I do like to trade this one. It can trade very well. We have traded in the past already in the very short period in the market here. SKHY. So right now we are gapping up 3.4, 3.1 million shares traded. I love the volume this thing is getting. Obviously dwindling down from what it was doing before, 100 million, 60 million. Now it's down to about 30 plus million a day. But still a great trader. Pre-market today looks very active though. I like the way it's moving today, 3.4, and it's one of the IPOs that, again, interesting time for it to be opening up, because it's doing at the hype of all this AI tech memory stuff, and it's somewhat holding right around their IPO price. Now, still very early. We saw what happened to SpaceX. Yeah. SpaceX held, for about 3 weeks before it decided that was fun. Let's now do what every IPO does and sell off, as you can see here. Another one we'll be talking about shortly should be on our gap down. But here it is down. Actually, no, it's right at the previous day close. Down quite a bit at 115 after a nice red day yesterday. So we'll get to that one. I think this would be a good one too. But going back to SKHY, Peter, I like the way this looks. We'll have it on my list today.
Yeah, this SK Hynix it's probably one of the few, it was one of the few large chip manufacturers that wasn't publicly traded. And of course, now we get access to it. We don't have a lot of history, right? Like Carlos just pointed out, it's only been publicly traded for a little while, which also means we don't have yet quarterly earnings, right? It hasn't had that fall, pass through that cycle so that we see any quarterly earnings. So basically, it's all just news related. Interestingly, the general news, Alphabet or Google basically said that they are doubling their capex for the quarter, meaning their capital expenditures. Again, they're buying more AI infrastructure, and they're more than doubling the amount of money that they're going to spend. Again, good news or not, I'm not sure. I mean, it's good news for the people whom they're buying from. Is that good news for Google? Well, Google's stock is gapping down because recently the sentiment has been, are companies spending too much, right? And for Google to come out and say they're doubling their AI spend, again, 6 months ago, Google will probably be gapping up on that exact same news, right? Right now, the sentiment is that's maybe not good news. So again, part of what I was talking about earlier, the news doesn't always mean what you think. You got to sort of stay current on this stuff in that, again, AI spend news is not good for the companies spending it, but can still be good right at the moment for the companies that might be receiving the spend. So whereas again, the perception of that news was different. So anyways, here we are. SK Hynix, I think it's a decent trader. Like I've been saying over the last week, it's entering the realm of the chip companies that we could look at. Not my favorite, but it's not the worst out there. I would probably trade this before, frankly, I would trade Intel, just because Intel's, I don't like it. So
yeah.
That was a very technical term there, by the way.
Yeah.
You can use that. Yeah. Anyways.
There you go. All right, friends, that kind of covers our gap up. Not a whole lot there. Before we go to the gap down, or to see what other stuff Peter likes as far as that goes, let's go to the social post here with Eamon. And then from there, engineering the market starts right after that. Oh, Eamon, you're on mute. Man down.
I'm here. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, and I thought Peter ignored me because I wanted to jump in when Peter was talking about Google and add something around there. It's because, Google had a negative free cash flow for the first time since it went public. I mean, that should tell you how expensive the AI build out is. It always had free cash flow, and it's the first time in 22 years. I mean, it went public to 2004, right? If I'm not wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I think 2004 last I checked. So, first time in 22 years, and it goes negative in free cash flow, and it's saying that it's going to spend even more. So, that's probably the main reason why this thing dropped to the downside. Anyway,
Mm. And apparently they just been fined $1 billion by the European Union for breaches
so
to its digital rules. So
so they're
anyway.
negative $6 billion plus, and add to that minus $1 billion.
Just throw. I love it where only when you're Google one of these big companies you're like, "Oh, whatever, $1 billion fine, yeah, whatever, we'll add it to the slush fund." It's
We'll, we'll add it to our $205 billion that we plan to spend next year.
yeah, exactly, whatever, sure, we'll pay your
All right.
silly fine. All right, anyways.
Anyway, guys, yeah, let's go to the social pulse. And social pulse is about Tesla. The Tesla reported one of the, I'd say, strangest quarters of the earnings season. The company delivered more cars than ever before. The revenue jumped 26%, and yet profits disappointed. Automotive margins fell. The free cash flow turned negative, and obviously the stock dropped. So here is today's debate. Is Tesla successfully transforming itself into an AI robotics company, or is its car business becoming less profitable? Let's start with the bear argument. Tesla delivered 480,000 vehicles. That's an all-time record. And normally, selling more products should produce more profits. But Tesla's earnings fell and its automotive gross margin dropped a little bit, maybe over 16%. That tells you that Tesla may be using lower prices and cheaper models to drive the volume. It can sell more cars, but it may be making less money from each one. And that is important because Tesla stock has never been valued like an ordinary car company. We've been hearing that forever. Tesla is overvalued as a car company. Uh, the investors pay Tesla here as a technology company because they expect technology company margins and growth. And if car business starts looking just like an ordinary car business, then the valuation of this company will become much harder to defend. Now, the bull argument is supporters say we are looking at the wrong part of the company. Tesla is spending heavily to build robotaxis, to cab, the Tesla Semi, new batteries, and Optimus robots. The capital spending more than doubled for these projects, and the research spending also increased for the projects that I've mentioned above. And yes, that hurts today's profits, but the whole idea is to build a business that could be bigger than just car sales in the future. So yes, spendings right now are huge. Yes, Tesla has negative cash flow, but to build a business, you need to spend a lot. The Tesla's robotaxi service is also expanding into more US cities, and the subscriptions to the supervised self-driving software grew more than 50%, which is good for the company. So the bulls would say that this is not a broken car company. It is a company using car business to finance the next chapter of this company. The problem is that the next chapter still has to make money. Robotaxis may be operating in several cities, but they are not generating enough revenue to replace these weaker auto profits. I mean, at least not yet. The Optimus could become enormous. Cybercab could change transportation, but investors cannot pay the bill with the word could. And that brings us to the real question. How many quarters of weaker margins and negative cash flow will shareholders accept while waiting for this autonomy and robotics to finally deliver and show us some profits? Because record deliveries prove people are still buying Tesla, but they do not prove that Tesla is making enough money from those sales. So what do you think? I mean, is Tesla sacrificing today's profits to build much larger company, or robotaxis and robots becoming an excuse for this weakening in economics and in the core business? I mean, two questions, both have potential answers that could be true. And I think only time will tell us whether the bulls or the bears have the case around here.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Eamon. And unlike Tesla's traditional businesses where they're used to being in the lead and driving the market, I mean, we all know they're well behind on the autonomous taxi type service, right? It's a competitive market, and it's one where their competitors are ahead of them. I mean, they reported in this quarter 380,000 autonomous miles driven with no significant safety issues. So that last part is good. But think about it, 380,000 miles. That's a lot if it's just you driving around, but they're driving a fleet of autonomous taxis. That's nowhere near the numbers that, sort of give you confidence that they're doing this, at scale. So yeah, they've got to ramp it up. Now they're saying that's growing at double digits every month, but still they're well behind. Waymo's doing millions of miles a month alone, let alone all the other autonomous taxi companies that are operating around the world. So and they're not the only company doing robots. We were just talking a week ago, right, about another car company that had their robot. Remember they were mass producing and going to be selling them and using them as sales agents in their own stores. So like this is again, they're not at the leading edge like they used to be. This is cool stuff. And yes, Tesla is a technology company, but they're not the only car company that can claim all of those same things. So it's sort of it's an interesting world. And Eamon, you're absolutely right to bring our attention to how long will investors continue to buy the story en masse, because the supporters have been keeping the stock up on that basis for years now. I don't know. We'll see. Gap it down 7, almost 8% right now, and yeah, it's not looking pretty. So.
Yep, I agree 100%. All right, friends, let's continue here. Like gap, we kind of covered the gap up list already, so we took care of that. VP showing up here normally does not trade very well, so I'm gonna keep it off the list for now. I mean, we could look at it, but right now it's up off 2.4. Very little volume, only 284,000 shares traded. So again, it's just not a whole lot happening there. Peter, as far as the gapping up, anything you like there?
Yeah, gapping up. It's sort of surprising to me that not more is gapping up. We do seem to be getting into a very negative posture here this morning, with the market moving down. Even as we've been talking, the market's moving even lower. So, that being said, Netflix is actually holding. So there's one. Netflix was sort of weird. It popped yesterday at the open, boy, but did it sell off into the close yesterday. So, the struggles continue for Netflix's stock. PLTR is also one of the few that's also gapping up. It's up 1% here this morning. So other than that, yeah, not many other green spots on my radar this morning.
All right, there you go, friends. Heading down to the gap, then we got a lot of nicer names. At least they trade a little bit better. STM, Tesla, we've been talking about, Google, and some other ones on here as well. And the list just keeps growing. When we saw this, it was only like 5 tickers, but I guess as things are getting more volume, they're dropping more past that 2%. They're
redder.
Yeah, they're making their way onto this list, and you can see the overall market how right now is on the way down almost 1%. Now, not there yet, but clearly on its way down. And the day looks very interesting. What's going to happen when we get here? Are we going to continue to sell off, or is this where we're going to find some support? We're getting right to that right now, like 740 seems to be the area.
Yeah, and we sort of ran through. Jared took over the chat room, so the chat room is gone.
we
ran right through that.
Ago.
we didn't even pause for the economic data, sort of like what I was talking about earlier, right? I mean, the economic data came out, and the jobless claims were better than expected, right? Only 187,000 jobless claims versus the 211,000 forecast. But like we said, the market just sort of continued to go down. That's a good number, right? That means that there was less jobless claims. That should indicate, a good economy. But again, the market is not paying attention to this data. It just doesn't feel like it to me. And to me, the data sort of supports that at this point. So, all right, jobless claims are down, but it was still within range. So the market says, whatever, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. So this is what we're doing today, apparently, or at least this is what we're doing pre-market. We're going down. Again, I got to issue the same warning I've issued like 100 times. Just because we're going down pre-market, though, don't assume that's the direction for the day, right? We could absolutely do an about face and go higher once the opening bell rings. But for now, yes, we're definitely hitting a negative posture.
Yep, we sure are, friends. All right, let's look at some of the stocks that are leading the gap down this morning. Let's start with STM. I mean, some of these I'm gonna add right to my list, of course, like Tesla, Google, probably say will be on the list. Tesla, let's go to STM first. STM here down 15%, 1.2 million shares traded. So clearly in play this morning. Pre-market action looking very active. Normally they don't get a whole lot of volume around that 10, 15, maybe 15 million shares traded throughout the day. Peter, today is their day. Is this one that you're going to be adding to your list?
Look, I think these are all of the semis are sort of on the list on different parts. Some aren't gapping enough to make the list. They haven't hit that 2% mark yet, but they're all sort of moving in this downward direction. STM just sort of got there first. Now, they did have earnings. Was it this morning or last night? Just this morning they had earnings and they beat their numbers. So, like I said, right, it doesn't seem to correlate whether you beat or miss. What matters more is, sort of the market sentiment. So STM Electronics, they over delivered on revenue, they over delivered on bottom line earnings. 31 cents on earnings versus a 26% estimate. They set their guidance higher. They said that their AI sales are going well. They did all the right things. They said they gave all the right news. Now, they did say that they're, due to seasonality, their Q3 is going to be a little lower than expected, but their overall guidance for the year was still higher. So, it's one of these. I really don't see much wrong with STM, but the stock is still gapping down. Because today that's what the market is doing. So, take it for what it's worth. But yeah, they're here with a little more volume just because they did have the earnings.
Yeah, there you go. So, STM, if you like it, friends, you could definitely add it to your list. I'm on the fence whether to add or not. I like the way it's moving in the pre-market here, so I will maybe put in a secondary. But again, check your favorites. There's, like Peter said, there's a ton that are probably going to be much better than STM. This morning.
It's interesting that here Fleets of Fury says STM's PE is insane, though. I'm not sure how to react to that. First off, how dare you use the F word here and talk about fundamentals? I mean, since what do fundamentals matter? We're talking about semiconductors and chips. But it is actually very, very high. Their price earnings is what, 260? I think I was just looking it up. Sorry, 360. Yikes. So yeah, that I'll give you that. That's pretty high. But again, does it really matter? Does the market really care? I'm not sure. But that's even high for a semiconductor stock. So
Yeah. All right, friends. Look, one is getting ahead of itself here. ROL just popped up into the top spot, down 20% now. So if we look at rollings, yeah, but look at the volume is horrible. They're just getting above 232,000. A lot of it happening last night with this big drop, and then this morning you're getting another drop as well, making it 20%. But you're just hitting that 232,000 shares traded, which makes it come into our list. Doesn't look great. I probably would not have this on my list. The volume is so light, even on their best days. They're not even getting to above 7 million for most parts. So I don't like it, Peter. I'm not sure what the news is on this one, but won't be making my list. I think it doesn't trade well.
yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it was earnings. They just barely missed on revenue, barely, and they missed by 2 cents on their earnings per share. So yeah, just missed their numbers. And yeah, they gave them just enough volume to hit the scanners here. But I agree with you. It's not tradable.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to the next one, which is probably going to be on everybody's list today. Tesla down 7% this morning. I mean, clearly we talked a bit about it and what's going on there. Right now, down 7.6, 3.1 million shares traded. Gap down, sold off last night, as you can see this. We'll talk about the numbers now with Peter. And this morning, since 4 a.m., has also found a way to dig even deeper. So also selling into the pre-market session as well, getting that down 7.7. So I will add this to my list, Peter. Anything else to add? I know we've been talking a bit about Tesla. What's the latest and not so greatest?
Well, Eamon did a good job of summarizing it. I mean, they had earnings, and it wasn't totally disappointing, but the expectation is Tesla's going to beat on all numbers, and they did not. They had record car deliveries, but like Eamon said, they made less money, which would imply that they're making less per vehicle. They're also, there's questions about how viable some of their, future technologies are. And like Eamon also pointed out, if we're evaluating Tesla not as a car company, but as a technology company, they're sort of failing to hit the mark, right? And Tesla's got a long history. Elon's very good at over-promising and under-delivering, especially from a timeline. He's so far, I got to give him at least this. He's got there, right? Like on the stuff that he said he was going to do, for the most part, he's actually delivered, right? I mean, he's absolutely changed the automotive industry. He's actually changed our perception of what self-driving vehicles could do, and he's forced the industry to catch up. But they have caught up, and they've caught up quickly, and there's a ton of competition. So I think things are just going to get tougher for Tesla. And don't forget, Elon's very, as much energy as he might have, he's very distracted. He's got two publicly traded companies. And, Tesla, if you say it's not a car company because they're also doing robots and they're doing AI and they're doing autonomous cars, so that's four businesses of Tesla. Don't forget, SpaceX is like four businesses all rolled up into one big messy ball too, right? Between space and telecommunications and AI and social media. Like he's got a lot that he's got to be thinking about here, and there's no way any one individual can keep it all straight, even for someone as workaholic and as control oriented as Elon is reported to be. So yeah, I think that Tesla's facing some hard times, but it's going to be on my list today. Absolutely 100%, it's top of my list for today.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely will keep track on Tesla's added to the list as well. Next one is Google on here, which again we'll also be keeping an eye on. Today, gapping down pretty good, 5.3, 2.7 million shares traded. Also moving last night, Peter. I think normally I won't put Google on my list, but today I'm definitely adding it on.
Yeah, and I think you should. Google is, again, their news was that they are doubling their CapEx. As Eamon pointed out, for the first time, they're sort of going cash flow negative, which means they actually have to dip into those cash reserves, of which they've got lots. So, let's not worry about them. I think they're doing fine. Again, like there's one of the few companies that get $1 billion lawsuit against them in Europe. And it's just another day at the office, right? Like it's business as usual. So Google's just Google's Google. So again, there's a few companies in that position, but very few are as cash rich as market position. It's interesting how little competition they've actually faced in their core business for a long period of time. And what's the next Google, right? Like. Really, Google and what am I trying? What we're using right now, YouTube, that thing, that. So, I mean, there have been lots of that attempted. Honestly, the Google browser, #1 browser in the world, has been for a while, right? Whether you love it or hate it, it's still the most used. I think it's the most used. I'm pretty confident it is. Anyways, but YouTube, undisputedly the king of video sharing, right? Like who else does video and social media at the level of YouTube? Like, is there even? It'd be interesting to see the numbers. Actually, I haven't looked it up, but I mean, Carlos, Eamon, I don't know if Eamon's still here, but is there? What's the #2 video sharing app in the world after YouTube? Like in YouTube
TikTok?
space. TikTok, but they only do like short form things. Like
I think the
No,
hours
they do long now. You could get like a 15-minute video on it's crazy now. They're changing a lot. So you get longer videos, but they're not the king like YouTube. YouTube is.
But even for us to say that, the point is like there's no other company that immediately jumps to mind, right? YouTube is still the undisputed king of sort of global video sharing, right?
Yep.
Like I mean, it's its own verb. It's got you YouTube things. Anyways, it is. So anyways, it's
a big search engine too. Like people are not just there going to look at, hey, what's happening? No, how to unclog my sink.
I was just gonna say, Carl.
It's a search
I was
thing,
this morning. I got a brake pad warning light on my car this morning because I know I got to replace my brake pads eventually. But I was like, my first thought was, I'm told that it's easy to replace my brake pads. Maybe I'll go figure out how to do that. I'm going to go to YouTube. Somebody's posted
Yeah.
video on how to replace brake pads on my car, right? I
There is
didn't even
literally
doubt it.
everything on YouTube. Yeah.
I'm just that's my first thought. That's where I'm going to go and I'm going to find out how to do that. So, yeah. Anyways, it's just so anyways, Google's gapping down this morning. People are concerned over their capex and their spend and the fact that their cash flow is going negative for the first time. Again, there's really nothing to worry about here. It's but maybe for the morning there might be a trading opportunity in it.
Yep. Yep. 100%. All right. Google added to the list as well. I'm going to add that next to Tesla. I think it's a good one to watch today. American Airlines on here as well this morning with earnings this morning, right? Down 4.4, 2.5 million shares traded. Man, what a great run. Again?
I said, I know you'd find that one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I always go back and look at this April entry, missed by 50 cents. And look at where it goes. 18 from like $10.
Yeah, could have almost doubled your money. Yeah, that hurts.
But either way, for today, they're not looking that great, Peter, right? I know that they have their stuff here. They got 2.5 million shares traded, but it doesn't look all that exciting.
Yeah, they had earnings and they beat their numbers. So American Airlines delivered 16.7 billion revenue. Now, I gotta get into the decimals, right? 16.73 billion versus 16.70 reported. So $30 million over their forecast, but they beat it. Earnings per share, though, surprisingly robust. They were only expected to deliver 3 cents a share, and they delivered 15. So that's like 5 times what their forecast was. Now it came from a very low number, but still, a 400% surprise is the market usually likes that. However, we're in a market this morning that is just generally down, and American Airlines is getting taken down. Of course, they're deeply impacted by fuel prices, and the news on the fuel front is just getting worse. I think Eamon was talking about this one of the days earlier this week, where the fuel reserves are at their lowest ever, and in the U.S. And if the war activities continue in the Strait, that just means that jet fuel is going to continue to be expensive and be problematic in some regions for them to get. So, anyways, while their full year guidance as a result was a little bit lower than the market wanted, and that's what the market is going to face. So, or focus on. So, American Airlines gapping down. Yeah, this is a hard to trade stock even with earnings. So, it's good for longer term, I guess, if you want to sort of play the momentum plays in it. It's hard to day trade American Airlines, in my opinion.
Yeah. It was easier before when all airlines and cruise lines were in play, but not anymore. As far as the day trade, it's very tough. All right, friends. Peter, I'll stop here because there's so much other stuff going on as well. We're going to get a chance to go through all of them and maybe some more of the stories you have as well. But before we do that, friends, let's go to Eamon and go over one of my favorite segments, the fun fact of the day.
All right, guys. So here's an interesting contrast from last night's earnings. IBM's mainframe revenue fell 42%, and that's not some small forgotten product inside the company. Mainframes are the machines that help turn IBM into the most powerful technology company in the world. Banks, airlines, governments, they still use these mainframes to run some of their most important systems. But last quarter, several customers delayed those purchases while directing their money or more of their money in towards the AI infrastructure. That tells us something really important about this AI boom. It's not only creating new spending, it's also taking money away from older parts of technology and other industries. Every company wants more chips, wants servers, wants memory, data centers capacity. I mean, it wants it all. And apparently, even a part that is as important as the mainframe has been asked to wait in line. Meanwhile, Texas Instruments quietly reported one of the strongest cash flow improvements of the earnings season. The revenue grew 23%, the profits jumped, and the free cash flow rose from $1.8 billion to $6.5 billion in 1 year. And that is funny because On the same night, you get Alphabet reporting negative quarterly free cash flow after spending $45 billion on infrastructure. So you get AI giant spending a lot to build the future, and you get another less exciting analog chip company sitting quietly collecting cash and counting money in the corner. That's how I think about it. So sometimes boring is beautiful, especially when boring pays $6 billion. And that also goes into trading, by the way. Boring trading is usually the type of trading that makes you money. And that also brings us to today's history lesson. On July 23rd, 1903, Ford delivered its first automobile to Chicago dentist. His name is Ernst Pfennig. He paid $850 for a model. And by the way, let's mix that with another fun fact. $850 in 1903 is equivalent to $32,000 in today's money. Anyway, Ford Motor Company had been created only a few weeks earlier and already spent almost all of its capital building the cars before they even considered what would they do with all the cars that they built and who would be buying them. The company reportedly had only few $100s left in pocket when the first customer arrived. Today, Ford is one of the most recognized companies in the world, but at that moment, its entire future depended on whether the demand arrived before the money disappeared. And if we fast forward 123 years later, the technology changed, but the business question is still the same. Alphabet is spending tens of billions on AI data center. Tesla is spending heavily on robotaxis and robots. They both have negative cash flow. They're spending money more than they make it. And they're both building enormous capacity for businesses that are still developing. Henry Ford made the same basic bet: build the product first and hope that the customers will arrive before the cash runs out. The only difference is that Ford was risking just a few $100s. I mean, it's equivalent to tens of thousands right now, but still, it's not as much as hundreds of billions of dollars or tens of billions of dollars in one quarter. That's the fun fact for today. I'll see you guys at 11 a.m. We'll be back with Kyle and leaving you for the rest of the show with Carlos and Peter. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Eamon.
All right, Eamon. Take care,
Go,
man.
go
Have a
take
good
a
one.
nap.
Yeah, get some sleep, get some rest. All right, man. All right, sweet guys. So right now, SKHY, Tesla, Google, off the gappers list this morning. All of those were actually on the gap down, if I could find it. Here it is, gap down side of things. So yeah, we'll see how it continues. But Peter, we'll go to you. The list keeps getting bigger. I see Rigetti, I see quantum stuff there. I see Meta as well, another big guy on the list this morning. Amazon. I mean, this is just a bunch as they're getting more volume and just sliding lower. And clearly with all the red, especially with the big guys, the SPY also continues to dive a little bit lower. So what do you like of this gap down list? Anything that we haven't covered yet or something that might not be on the list that you like this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just general market movement. I'm not seeing anything of note or any specific news that would make me want to focus on them. Amazon's on the list, Meta's on the list now. I think Google, maybe it's. I struggle to trade Google on the average day. Today is probably not the average day, so it might be good, which means that Amazon and Meta might be okay today too. I just don't know, but there's no specific news there. I'm seeing, like you said, a number of companies from across a number of different industries. AST Space Mobile is on the list, but not really. Nothing new. They just announced that they completed their issuing of some convertible notes, which is essentially a secondary, but that's not news. We already knew about that. This is just the completion of the previously announced offering. So, I don't see anything else. So Google, Tesla near the top of the list, I think are on my list for today that I'm going to keep an eye on. ServiceNow, we talked about that's on the gap up list. Lockheed Martin also had earnings, by the way, as did Nokia. They're both slightly gapping higher. LMT is Lockheed Martin. Nokia is NOK. I don't know, like those are not tickers we would normally trade. They just don't get trading volume, but it's interesting that they both are green after their earnings report here this morning. They both reported record earnings and revenue and earnings, so doing okay. So Yeah, I think Carlos, I'm probably just going to be sticking, again, Tesla because it's in play. How about CMCSA? That's one we sort of didn't talk about. They had earnings. I think, did Eamon mention it earlier? Somebody mentioned it. Comcast. It's just one of the weird five-letter tickers symbols that we don't normally look at. They typically trade lower volume. They're oddly not gapping down enough to make our list yet, but they did have earnings. It looks like they also beat their numbers in the quarter, but are gapping down with the market. So, uh, but yeah, ServiceNow, Tesla, and Google are probably the three active stocks that I'm probably going to look at the open.
Yeah, sounds great to me.
Now,
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
do you want to? I want to. Let's get to another story.
Yeah.
AI, Carlos, you pick AI or New Jersey delis.
Okay, how can I pass up on
They're
New Jersey
both stock
delis
related, by the way.
being
Okay.
from New Jersey? I got to go with New
Okay.
Jersey delis.
New Jersey delis. Okay. Well, then let's talk about this dude. This dude, would you trust this dude with your money? I would suggest you don't. This guy is James Patton. And while he was still sort of on conditional release from another fraud charge, he entered to a court case for this fraud charge and says he's really sorry and he's remorseful. But I don't think he is. He's a serial fraudster, and he was involved in a scheme with a father-son duo who he actually rolled on, and they're already serving their sentence. Peter Coker Sr. and Peter Coker Jr. have already served their prison sentences for the same fraud. What did he do? Well, he's an ex-banker, by the way. He's a Wall Street dude who, I don't know whether he kicked out or left, but anyways, he left Wall Street and decided to start his own company, sort of. He bought a deli in New Jersey that was called what was this deli called? It was called the I had it here somewhere. Hold on. It was like the hometown something. Your hometown deli in Paulsboro, New Jersey. Do you know where Paulsboro is, Carlos?
Nowhere near me.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, he owned the Your Hometown Deli in Paulsboro, New Jersey, which was a money-losing deli. And he basically rolled it into a parent company called Hometown International. Why international? Because it sounds good. And he basically got this thing publicly traded, which his intent was to pump the stock such that he could then do a reverse merger so that someone else could take over the stock ticker and become, and use it for their own company, right? It's a way that a lot of companies have done to try and, if you've got a listing on the stock exchange, you basically sell the listing to another company and they get immediate credibility, right? And they don't have to go through all the same checks. So I'm mentioning this because he basically managed to pump this money-losing deli in Paulsboro to $100 million company on the markets. It's now completely delisted, by the way, and you can't find it. And bilked investors, of course, from millions and millions of dollars. I mean, he pumped the stock up 19,900%. So, and it was a total fraud. So, if you've ever watched The Wolf of Wall Street, this is basically what he was doing. Like exactly what the Wolf of Wall Street was doing, except he created the company. But it was the same type of scheme. So I mentioned this because we don't care about this dude. We don't care about this specific story. However, it's a good warning that if you're trading any of these low floats, we don't know these companies. You don't know if they're legitimate or not. Frankly, a lot of the big companies we can't even tell how legitimate. SMCI. Anyways, but there's the point is, if you're trading a stock, sometimes it doesn't matter, but be aware of the risk that you're getting into, right? A lot of these low flows, if you're day trading it for the day, I don't care if it's a legitimate company or not, right? Because I'm in and out in a matter of minutes or hours. The underlying fundamentals and what the company actually does in its valuation, totally irrelevant. However, if you're looking at doing something longer term, you need to do your research. You need to understand the company. And here's a good example of a guy that used the system to his advantage, made millions of dollars off the backs of investors, got caught, and then claimed being remorseful, and then went and did it again. So yeah, he's going to keep doing it until he's put in jail long enough that he doesn't. So
Yeah. Uh, insane. If it's too good to be true,
it probably is.
probably is. For those that don't know, I had to look this place up because I never heard of this Paulsboro in New Jersey. This is so far down that it should just be part of Philadelphia. I mean, this is lower than Philadelphia. Like if you don't know that, you think this is Philadelphia here. This is below that. Go south, and here's this town. Now, once you start getting this deep into Jersey, we only know a couple of things. We know Cherry Hill. We know Atlantic City. We know Wildwood, Cape May. Any of these other little towns in here, we don't know anything because we were so far up. I'm all the way up here in North Bergen, right? So that's what we've Paulsboro. And look how small. This guy picked a very strategic place. Look how small this thing is. It's like 3 houses here. That's it.
Well, no wonder the deli was losing money. They didn't have enough customers.
And you don't have enough customers. And, the airport, I don't know about that.
So picture this deli in this little town of Paulsboro was worth $100 million.
No way.
Yeah. Clearly not on the up and up, right?
No
hey,
way.
That's where. Hey, there you go. You've offended someone, Carlos. Good Cause says, "Hey, that's where I live."
Nothing is lower than Philly. This is. This is. You live in Paulsboro, or I wonder how the BLT was though. Was it at least a good sandwich?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. There it is, friends. All right, guys. My list right now, Sky. I keep saying Sky. SKHY, Tesla, Google. I thought we had something else here. 1 second.
Tesla. Did you say
Tesla? I did say Tesla.
Okay.
I thought we added something else.
Tesla, Google. American Airlines?
No, I'm not adding that. No, I'm not adding that.
Okay.
I think you had mentioned
ServiceNow, but you got that in your secondary.
Got a secondary.
There. No, that's
SpaceX.
all I got.
It was SpaceX. Yeah, it was 4.
Oh,
it was SpaceX. Yes, we mentioned earlier.
Well,
I definitely want to watch that one.
Yeah, SpaceX has been on that downtrend, like you mentioned. I mean, look at that daily. I mean, it's had 2 up days technically over the last 3 weeks, but I mean, they were barely up days. So yeah, SpaceX definitely is it's getting punched to death here. So and it's heading where again, I'm going to keep patting myself on the back. This is I called it like the day this thing IPO'd and said, just if you're thinking about long-term investing, got to give it a little bit of time. And sure enough, it's needing a little bit of time. So yeah, people are backing away from it. The price is dropping. We're well below the open price at 150. We're well below the IPO strike price at 135. So who knows, right? This is uncharted territory. We've got no levels here because we've never been here before. So how low can it go? Well, Carlos, you've already sort of made your bet, right? People say somewhere between maybe 85 all the way down to $50. It's possible. Yeah. I mean, don't forget, even at $50, this is still, one of the largest companies on the market. I mean, not as big as it was when it was $200, obviously, a quarter the size. But even so, it still makes it a bigger company than Ford or GM, for example, even at a $50 valuation. So, don't feel too sad for SpaceX.
Yeah. Man, 115. Wow. 114 is the low for today. I think that's the lowest we have been. And it should be interesting. We'll be keeping an eye on this one, right? That's the lowest we have been. What's the lowest we have been here? 114.31. There it is.
Yeah.
All-time low. 114.31.
It was right after the close, or right after the close yesterday. That's the low it hit. So
pretty nice, man. Wow, it makes the morning look like nothing happened. If you look at this chart, I haven't seen this since after 12 yesterday. But look at this go, man. Wow, what a day.
It was quite a sell-off yesterday afternoon,
Yep. All right, excellent, friends. All right, let's get to our schedules. Head over to bearbertrades.com. You can always find what's happening by clicking webinars. Let me see here. Why is this not working? There it goes. Webinars. And today is Thursday, so Peter's going to let you know what is happening on this beautiful day.
Oh, yes, it's a Thursday, which means we focus on mentorship. So if you go to bearbulltraders.com and go to the webinars, you can sort of see the different activities that we have on each and every day. For today, this Thursday, it's mentorship. And you got to take advantage while you can, because Gary is going to be going on a vacation for a while, for about a month. He's taken off. So if you want to get your evening mentorship on the Thursday, you do today, because I think this may be the last one before that vacation break. But we do have some other sessions as well. So I mentioned Gary's. We'll start there. 8 o'clock tonight is our sort of signature event. It's our evening webinar with Gary. That's at 8 p.m. in the webinar room for all of our elite members. During the day, we have an options mentorship session at noon with Jared. And if you don't know Jared, you want to know Jared. He is an options guru. He really understands it very well. And he can talk knowledgeably about options for a lot longer than the hour that's been allocated. So he's there to answer your questions and provide insight. He'll be doing that at noon. And then Kyle takes over at 1 to talk about Atlas. We talk about Atlas here and how helpful it is to do the volume visualization and where the future volume sits, or at least where the intent of volume sits. He's going to talk about that tool, how you can use it, how it's a valuable addition to your trading toolkit. So those are our 3 sessions, noon, 1, and 8 p.m. And if you want to be part of the Bearable Trading community and take advantage of those, you just go, like I said, bearabletraders.com. You can find the different membership options, whether you pick a monthly, whether you pick an annual, whether you pick a lifetime membership. They're all there and available. Take advantage of the one that you feel fits your needs. All right, let's go to another piece of market news, because I feel like I really want to share these, and we have a little bit of time, Carlos.
Yeah, well, we got time.
We got time. All right. So let's this is an interesting one about, the warning of AI. I think this goes in This Is How We Die, my This Is How We Die series. But if you weren't convinced that the AI is smarter than us, or at least even smarter than the people that are building it, this may be another good example. So ChatGPT, so this is the OpenAI has reported that their GPT 5.6 Sol version, which they were testing, and they were testing it in a sandbox, which means they gave it an isolated environment, and they gave it basically a cybersecurity problem to crack, right? They said, go and figure out this cybersecurity challenge. And the ChatGPT engine created a bunch of little bots that it uses to go and create these things. But what it did, so the sandbox environment that it was in was operated by something called Hugging Face Production Systems. So Hugging Face made this environment. So what did ChatGPT? Somebody was talking about this. Carlos, we can get a Star Trek reference in here, because
Okay.
so in Star Trek, anybody know your Star Trek lore? You guys know. There was Spock tradition. Anyways, based on the recent movies he designed, they sort of rewrote some of the history here. But anyway, he designed a test, right, that was impossible to solve. And Captain Kirk went and cheated, basically. He basically broke the test and won. And they're like, oh, but you did it by cheating. And he's like, what's cheating? I won, right? So isn't everything? And it was about this ship that they were supposed to rescue, the Kobayashi Maru. I think I said that right. Anyways, but the point is that he sort of broke the test and won it. So ChatGPT used the same model. What did ChatGPT do? Rather than solve the cybersecurity challenge, it broke out of the sandbox, went and hacked the account of Hugging Face that made the sandbox to try and find the answers. It hacked the account of the people that created the test, found the answers, brought it back in, solved the problem. So is that cheating or not? I mean, it basically found a way to solve the problem. It wasn't given a rule set that said it couldn't do that. It just said, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm basically going to hack the account of basically I'm going to get into the teacher's account, find the test answers, and I'm going to answer the test. Yeah. So
problem solving, that's for sure. Efficient problem solving.
Yeah. So there you go. So anyways, but it shows me, like, so they put this in what they thought was a contained environment, and it said, I'm just going to break out of this environment. It's sort of like an animal at the zoo saying, I'm hungry. I'm just going to break out here, and I'm going to go to the hot dog cart and get some food. And and what's wrong with that? It's if I can do it, I'm going to do it. So it did it. Anyways, but to me, it's just a good warning. Like even the people that are creating this, we don't really understand the power of the stuff we're creating, and it's outsmarting us. We have so many examples already of the AI outsmarting its own designers, which means us poor regular folk, we got almost no hope. The thing is going to outsmart us at every turn. And it's not
Oh, yeah.
long before the AI is not even, we're not even going to be able to figure out when it outsmarted us. Right now, we're still able to figure out when it outsmarts us because we're using it in contained environments. But as soon as we release these into the wild a little more actively, I'm concerned. So for all the robot overlords that are listening now or later, I love you. Please kill me last. I will be your agent if you keep me alive. So.
And Peter's going to be your human informant to help you navigate
I will help
the difficult
build
tasks.
your robots, I guess, until they end up killing me. So.
Robot's going to be like, Peter, there's a wire there I can't reach. Can you connect it for me? Yes, sir. Don't kill me. All right, there you go.
Anyways, I always think of that quote. There's a great quote from, I know I've mentioned it a few times. I still love this quote. It's one of my favorites where it was a park ranger that when they were trying to explain why bear-proof garbage cans are so hard to open. Why can't, why do you make them so difficult? Why can't people can't figure out how to open these bear-proof garbage cans? And his quote was, there is a significant overlap between the dumbest human and the smartest bear.
That's good. That's good.
So I keep thinking about that and like, yeah, you know what? If you look at the range of human, intelligence, I think most people listening here, let's consider ourselves maybe towards the higher end. You're here, you're trading stocks, you're interested in, and let's take on these markets. One of the toughest environments in the world to work in, and yet here we are. But yeah, I think for even us, we're going to be taking advantage of AI, but the average human, yeah, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we are. I think so. All right, friends. All right, we're all set. I like my list. SKHY, Tesla, Google, SpaceX. The list keeps growing, so you could look at this and pick any of the other ones that are popping up here. NVTS is a popular one within our group. Even the gap up list is growing as well, so some other names coming up here also. So yeah, pick your favorites. Amazon. I think everything for me is in the gap down besides now. Service now. It's the only one that I think is gapping up. Everything else is on the down. Oh, actually, an SKHY, excuse me. Two of these are gapping up, actually. The rest are on the red. So pretty mixed list here this morning as far as gapping up and down. Meta, SanDisk, those continue to be on here. MSTR, I mean, Rocket Lab, we talked about that yesterday. Joby, look at how big the list is becoming. And towards that 2%, you start seeing CoreWeave, RKT's Rocket Mortgage, I'm not sure. But yeah, IBM, I mean, they're all just down here. So the list continuing to get pretty large. So again, you can have your watch that looks very different than mine, and it probably can be still a great watch list. So, all right, let's get some levels in place, friends, and then we'll see what our team is watching over in chat. Let's start with SKHY, which is an easy one because we don't have a lot of days on this one. We're going to go ahead and mark the high of the pre-market. Great pre-market action, by the way, today on this one with 3.9 million shares traded. I have the pre-market 177.46. The low is 168.68. Above that, we do have, and again, not many levels, 187.56. And right up here, 194.75. Towards the bottom, a lot of levels are being marked there for you. Previous day close and highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. These two guys right here are doing a great job. So I don't need to do too much there. Tesla feeling the pain this morning, down almost 8%. Look at this beautiful gap down we are into after earnings last night. We're going to mark the high of this pre-market 357.87. So right in this area. And then the low of the pre-market down at 343 on the dot there. So let's go to the left. We managed to, every time we got here, this would have been 370-ish. We'll call it 370 or so. We found a way to go higher. Obviously, earning breaking right through that and going right next to the next level of support, which is around that 340, which is what you're seeing now, right? So within that, we do have a level around 352.2019, actually 352.19, above the high of the pre-market 363.76. Now, we haven't been below this we'll call it 373.72, 337.72, excuse me, in quite some time. It'll be last year, August, September. So we got to go back quite a bit to get some levels below the low of the pre-market. We do have 329, and then the big level over around 321.42, which I'm sure a lot of Tesla long-term investors do not want to hear those type of numbers. They want to go from here right back up. Hopefully that can happen if you're sitting long on this one. Here's Google, friends. Another one that's trading very well. Normally does not trade very active in the pre-market. Today's a whole different story. 333.55 is the high, the low 322.75. And if we scroll to the left, towards the top, you're good because you can see here plenty of levels towards the top that you have on Google already. So if we go to the bottom here, we do have a level at a 315.31, and then towards the bottom here we do have 305.02. So there it is for Google. SpaceX is but the last one on my list. So I just got 4, but I really like the way they're setting up here. And as far as SpaceX, again, another recent IPO ticker. New low. So your new low is one. Let me go back and get it again. Right over here, 114.33 is your recent low from yesterday after hours there. And then the pre-market high this morning, so you really need 116.78. So once you do that, you're set, guys. Just those 2 levels for now. You got nothing below here. And can't think of any psychological price tag or any, like we have 135, obviously, which is the open, their initial public offering. We have their actual opening at 150. There's nothing else down here, right? People are saying now that 75 is a $1 trillion mark. Is that correct? Somebody can fact check that. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes here. I mean, wow, it's definitely selling off pretty nicely. So hope to take advantage of this one as it continues to sell off. All right, friends, that is my list. Peter, what is our team watching? Anything else out there that we haven't covered yet?
Yeah, good question. Still a little early for some of the team to get their lists in. Kyle says he's going to be watching SK. What? Sorry, he's got SKYH, but I assume he means SK Hynix. He's also watching ServiceNow and SpaceX. Mike is going to be watching Tesla and Google. Andrew, he just got his list in, so he's going to be watching ServiceNow, Google, Tesla, SpaceX, Intel, Amazon, and AMD. Jared is going to be watching Google, Tesla, and Apple. Apple is not one we've talked about, but Apple's been interesting in how it just consistently has been going the opposite direction of the market. So, but yeah, it's might be worth watching. Like I mentioned to you guys, I'm going to be watching, well, the stuff that's moving, Google, Tesla, and ServiceNow as well on my usual list. I'm going to keep an eye on NVIDIA, even though it tends to let me down. SpaceX, I think, is also in play, like we said, at these all-time lows. And then Apple might be a good thing to keep an eye on. I usually do anyway. So there you go. There's my list, and that's what the team is watching so far. All right. Get ready for this open. We're about 8 minutes away here. We've got some time. And yeah. All right.
Okay. Got this done.
Yeah. Maybe, since we have a couple minutes, let's do the last story, Carlos. Why not?
Oh, you got one more. I didn't know you had another one.
Yeah, I got
Let's
one
go.
more. Dead bodies. We haven't talked about dead bodies yet.
Oh, leave the best for last.
Yeah, dead bodies. So what you got on the screen here is a picture of a house in Burlington, Connecticut that was sold in a foreclosure. So the bank, the people had paid off about half the value of the mortgage, and they had half left. Who would walk away from that, right? Especially when it's a $650,000 house, and they'd paid off a little over $300,000. Their mortgage payments were about $3,000 a month. But about 2 years ago, they stopped paying the mortgage, and the bank sent them notices. They ignored them, so the bank foreclosed. And after the foreclosure was all completed, they put it up for auction, like they do, right? Banks don't really want to own houses, so they'll sell it. So some guy, Edward Marchion, bought this house, and the way the bank does the foreclosure, it's sight unseen. You're not allowed to go and see the house beforehand. You just buy it, and you cross your fingers that it's not totally destroyed. But it's in an affluent suburb. As you can see, it's on a good multi-acre piece of land. So they figured, it probably was a good buy. Unfortunately, after the guy bought the house, he went in for the first time after he got the keys and found 3 dead bodies, including one of the co-owners and his son. Now, his wife, who was also an owner, is nowhere to be found. So it raises a whole lot of questions, doesn't it? So when you buy a house, I mean, maybe now we know why he didn't pay the mortgage. He was dead. But you think, but nobody did like a wellness check. The bank never thought, maybe we should just check this place out before we put it up for auction. Nothing. They just, nobody ever entered the house. The bodies were, like they say, desiccated. So they were dried up. They'd been dead for a long time.
Yeah, because
So
to get to foreclosure, I mean, how long does that take?
it takes
And
a
to
while.
sell it, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
you
it
got to
was
miss what
2024
payments?
when they
Yeah.
stopped paying on the house. So yeah, it was
Wow.
anyways, yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. So of course now the guy doesn't get his house because he's got to wait for the police to figure out what happened, and they don't have a lot of details, but it's just a little sad that, when people die in a house and nobody ever checked. And 2 years. Now, this is not the first time. There's been other stories, right? Somebody bought a house in foreclosure in Texas last year, and when he took the keys and went to the property, he found an elderly woman who died of natural causes, been dead for 9 months in the house. So,
That
it
is
happens.
insane.
Yeah. But
That is
anyways,
insane.
sort of
I'm
a sad.
surprised the smell didn't get to the neighbors. Like that house next
Uh,
door is pretty close. Dead bodies, man.
it's
They
like
ooh,
they
that
smell
smell rips
well.
through
I mean,
everything.
I guess maybe being that they were dried out and they didn't like completely rot, maybe I don't know. However it
Mm.
happened, yeah, it didn't
Mailman?
didn't
I
happen.
guess you know what? The problem with these houses, the mailman probably pulls up to the front of the driveway. They
The
don't
end of
come
the
to the house.
drive, yeah,
Yeah, if you come to the
yeah,
house, you're gonna smell that for sure, for sure. So,
yeah.
wow,
Anyways,
craziness.
so there you go. So that was another story that happened in the U.S. So dangers of buying a house sight unseen, nothing to do with the markets, but I just thought it was an interesting and a little bit of a sad story that, so you live in a neighborhood like that, and nobody thinks to go and check on your neighbor, make sure they're okay. I don't know. So there you go. Maybe the lesson in that is check on your neighbor. If you haven't
Yeah,
seen them for a while. Sometimes we don't ever want to bug people, but sometimes you just want to knock on the door and say, "Hey, elderly Miss Smith, how you doing? You doing
yeah.
okay?" You know. Anyways, the
About some
wife.
brown
Well,
sugar,
there's not a
you
lot of
know?
details in the story, so all I can tell you is they mentioned the wife was a co-owner. The wife was not one. There were three bodies found: two, the father, son, and a third person whose DNA is basically it's unmatched at this point. So they don't know what the third body is, and they haven't said whether it's a male or female. So maybe it's the wife. I'm not sure. There's not enough details for me to tell, but right now she's unaccounted for, and there's a mystery third dead body.
Mm,
Anyways, yeah. Oh well,
madness.
sad story. All right. Anyways,
Yeah.
then we can get back to stocks. I just wanted to, I don't know, share
No,
that.
interesting, interesting.
Interesting
Um,
stories.
I'm adding NVIDIA. NVIDIA does look very good here.
Okay. I had an update on, speaking of Google Chrome, I just had to update my Chrome on one of my computers. It was starting to act really weird. When you have these updates that you have to do, and things start acting weird because the update is waiting. I hate it when that happens.
Be right back, Peter. I'm gonna get a cup.
Okay. Once he's back. All right. Okay, guys, I have to reboot a couple of things here now. When you get updates on your computer, I didn't want to leave it till after the open because that sometimes causes problems as well, right? So now we got 2 minutes to the open here. Carlos has got a long way to go, by the way. He operates out of a little special little. He's got like a man shed that he operates the show out of, and so he's got to run into the house, I think, to go get a coffee, run all the way back. Hopefully, he makes it back before they open. All right, firing up my platform now. Whew. They're in Philly looking for bodies. I have no idea if that's a related story. Why would they be in Philly? This happened in Connecticut. All right. I gotta get everything loaded up here. So, what's on our list? Service now. Let me put service now here. We've got Tesla. What do you think Tesla's going to do? Do you think Tesla's going to make a recovery? I'm a little concerned Tesla's going to make a recovery at the open. especially and the whole market maybe because this market has been moving down steadily since 8 o'clock, and steadily and fairly aggressively. So I'm worried about a bounce here at the open. Let's see if that occurs or not.
All right, here we go, friends. Let's
Yeah,
get
market
rockin'
open
and
just
rollin'.
about 20 seconds away. Yeah. Greg thinks Tesla looks like it's going to bounce. I do feel that this is a little overdone, right? Remember, this is low volume pre-market stuff, so it's not always indicative of market direction, but be ready because it might actually continue lower. Here we go. Here's the market open. Here's the opening bell. Ooh, it's definitely pushing lower. There's a lot of orders actually to the downside here on Tesla. It's going to be one of those rare days you get like zero bounce on Tesla. It's just going to go down right off the open. Tesla is very weak. I am actually looking for a bounce, but I'm not seeing any sign of it, really. There are no buyers on this at all. Wow. Okay, ServiceNow not doing anything. Its MCI is bouncing up. What's gotta put Google up here. What's Google up to? A little bit of a recovery on Google.
All right, let's see what the action is. Oh, nice drop on Tesla, right? I mean, this is oh man. SpaceX? SpaceX looks very weak to me, friends. Very, very weak. Come on. I think SpaceX is going lower. Thinking about one minute ORB on SpaceX here. Just didn't have my market atlas open, so I'm trying to open as fast as possible, pull up SpaceX to see how that looks there. Oh yeah, it looks good. I'm going short SpaceX. Oh, almost fumbled. Short SpaceX. I love the market atlas right now. We got a lot of orders to the downside, 114. Let's see if we can get the drop
I'm
here.
actually going to see if I can get a bounce here on Tesla.
Okay.
And the whole market it doesn't support it really, but
Yep.
I thought I will give it a shot. I just more out of fun than anything else.
After that big drop, yeah. Well, how does the atlas look on it?
No, see the Atlas still looks like there's orders to the downside.
Yeah.
So I don't love it, but we are getting a bounce here. Let's see if I can get a little bit. Come on, this is good. Oh yeah, There's a dollar. Come on. I don't know how long this bounce. I'm going to take some off because I just don't know how long this bounce is going to last.
Yeah.
So
yep.
I'm. There you go. Look at that.
Nice. Should have waited. This would have been a much better entry. Should have waited for the pullback. That's kind of what I wanted. That pullback and then the slam, but it's only 50 cents. Not a huge deal, but it's nicer to be up here and have a stop all the way up here. It would have been much better. So yeah, it looks like SpaceX might be stopping me out. Yep, it's right at VO. So I got to get out on SpaceX. All right, so we're out on SpaceX.
Here's my trade on Tesla so far. Come on, let's get a little bit more.
Nice reversal, Peter. Not typically your style. Actually, no. I've seen you trades before, but to the downside. The same idea, but to the downside, meaning if it pops up and then he sells back down. So I've seen that from you.
Right.
Similar, just going the other way.
This is may stop me out now. It's coming back down to my break even. I'm gonna move my stop up a few cents just because it can move fast. Come on.
All right, Tesla.
Again, I was just taking the bounce, so
Quick bounce. Yep.
yeah, quick bounce. So I'm not surprised to get a partial and then get stopped out. There you go. And I just got stopped out at my break even. So yeah, okay. You know, like it was sort of what I
Yeah.
was expected. I didn't manage to get partial at the high of that. So I maybe lost another dollar from where I was in, but oh well. You know, that's so yeah, this is basically my one partial and then a stop out
Oh
at
my
break even.
goodness.
So oh
Wow,
well.
SpaceX is so bad. The minute I got in, shot up 60 cents. So I had a second trade on it looking for the bounce lower, but it is trading so bad.
Yeah. And guys, again, I've got to say, remember, I keep warning, so I hope you guys are listening to me in the morning. I'm not always right about things, but you know, when I say just because the market's moving down, don't assume that's the market direction at the open. And look what we've got. Basically all green candles, especially on the SPY here, ever since the market opened. So, yeah, we're getting a little bit of a recovery here of that push down that we saw from 8 a.m. through to the opening bell. Again, I don't know where things are going long term, but right at the open, we often get this sort of reversal where again, remember, there's a lot more money at play right now than there was pre-market, and it's saying, well, wait a second, there's a buying opportunity here because you guys have pushed it down so much on low volume. Let's take advantage of it. Now, are they going to take advantage of it for the first 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 50 minutes, 3 hours? I don't know. I have no idea, but just be ready for this bounce, and here we're seeing it right now. So,
yeah. Um, Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know I was still on Peter's screen with his trade. But yeah, looking at SpaceX, yeah, good pop there. Two trades for me on SpaceX. I think it's a short, man. I think it's a short, but an Atlas is telling me this thing is going down, but it's gonna play hard to get. So I'll be patient. I got two trades on it. I'm gonna be patient. I will. I am gonna take another. I know I am. I am gonna take another short on this thing.
all right.
I feel it, but let's see. But it's not trading pretty. This is the last breath of people trying to hold the line on SpaceX. Good luck. Good luck. Let's go down to 100 or 85. See if I'm right on my bet. But looking at SK, I'm never gonna stop calling this Sky. I don't know what it is about this. I know it's a Sky without the H in it, but it's a silent H. I'm gonna call it Sky. You know what? Whatever. It's a silent H. Sky.
Call it
Sky.
Sky.
You know, it's on a move now. Flushing. Let's see. Oh man, look at now. Yeah, that's a beautiful drop there on it now. Service now. Great short.
Service now, yeah. Dropped off the open.
Right,
So again,
nice.
we don't have a universal direction for everything. The market went higher. Tesla's now dropping a little bit lower. I got sort of the one little bounce right on Tesla. And it's interesting, Carlos, you said it wasn't my typical trade, only because it
Yeah.
was long, I suppose. But I do like my reversals, and I did see that what I call a sort of a spinning top doji, right? So the wicky body, candle with no body, and you can see I
Yeah.
went in the minute right after that. That was my entry, saying, you know what, I think there's an opportunity here,
Mm-hmm.
and actually, despite that wick, I actually got in. Oh, sorry, you're not. Yeah, there you go. I got in after that move down, and it came back up. Got in long, and I was never red on this trade. It basically went green pretty much right away. I was red maybe by a couple of cents here, as you can see on the next minute
Yeah.
candle. But yeah, as soon as it popped up, I took a partial, and as soon as it came back down, I got out, and I'm okay with that. Again, I was just looking for a little momentum play. The momentum stopped. I got out of the play. And
Mm-hmm.
it looks now like that was a smart decision. But I'm actually pretty happy with that as an open trade. So simple, easy. Now,
Turned
do I
out to
wish
be
I was in
a
one of these
nice 5 minute
momentum
ORB
ones?
breakdown on Tesla. After the move up and then lower, I saw if you look at the 5 minute, that looked pretty clean.
Yeah, I should have taken the short afterwards, like 2 minutes later after that exit. You
Yeah,
can even
that's a
see the
tough
start
trade
of the
though.
candle. Yeah, it would
To
have been
flip your
it would have
position
made
like
sense
that,
though.
yeah, that's hard to
Yeah.
do, man. I hear you
Well, we
though.
see that pattern a lot where it
Yeah,
does just this little retest, it fails, and then you go short. Because, like, as I said, the market atlas still supported the short, right? So,
yeah, yeah,
the atlas was telling me where it was likely to go.
yeah. It's
And
funny. I
getting,
saw that, but I'll be honest, because you was long, I was not gonna go short. I'm like, let's.
well,
And you shouldn't
hey,
trade
why
like
not?
that, but
Yeah,
it does happen.
it
It
has an
does
effect,
happen.
eh?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Well,
Yeah.
let me look for something else.
Now,
Uh,
Now, Brian went long Micron at the VWAP, and I'm not sure if he held through. There was a big pullback after he went long. If he held through that,
yeah,
it's green now. Andrews jumped in now and is going long on Micron. So let's hope that that works out for him. It
I
usually
have the
does.
chat open. I am fumbling my screens today. I'm just completely fumbling the screens, guys.
Fumbling. You know what you need to do now, then?
Oh man, yeah, let's get the guy. Oh,
Where's the guy? Where's our
completely
guy?
fumbling, and part of it's just the lack. I had a really horrible night's sleep.
Oh
Oh,
no, you and
oh
Eamon.
yeah, yeah. I think I got probably like 3 hours of sleep the entire evening last night. So there
That's
it is. I'm
okay.
just fumbling, a little sloppy this morning, but we'll get it done. Got my second cup of coffee. Got the big one this time.
Now,
Got the
now I
DAF
hope
fuel. You know.
your fumble hasn't extended to your thumbs, right?
No, actually, I had two bad trades. Well, two red trades on SpaceX. I'll show you here.
Well, I'm more
SpaceX.
asking, did you hit the thumbs up?
Oh shoot! Yeah, I did fumble to that too.
Oh
My
no,
goodness.
fumbled the thumbs
Oh,
too.
and
Thumbs
fumble
up,
the.
everybody. Give us a thumbs. Yeah. Carlos. Well,
N01.
maybe
You
it's a
know.
good sign.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those mornings, right?
Yeah, the lack of
And
sleep. I could tell, and I tried very hard not to. This morning when we were doing the show, you could tell I was kind of. Hold on, let me hit the thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. 251 likes so far, friends. Hit that thumbs up as we look for trades this morning. Trade together here. We're happy to have you guys with us this morning. Slurring. I don't know if you noticed, I slurred a little bit a few times. I was slurring my words. I'm like, come on, get it together, Carlos. Just get through this part of the levels and this
oh,
and that.
goodness,
So it's definitely affecting me this morning. That's for sure. So, but we're focused. Let's make this happen.
still
Guys.
drunk from the night before?
No, no drinking. Just no sleep. So I woke up at 2. I woke up at 2, Peter, and I stayed in bed. Didn't get up. Didn't do anything. Stayed in bed. And
Well,
the next thing I hear is my alarm for my wife's alarm go off at 4:45. I'm like, I cannot believe I just stayed up 3 hours.
wow.
Just couldn't go to sleep. It was pretty bad. All right.
I think well, don't. I hope you're not having to drive anywhere. They say that,
No, that's the worst, man. That's the worst.
yeah, when you're tired,
Um,
being tired like
yeah.
that, it's your ability to manage a motor vehicle is impaired about as much as if you've had a couple of drinks. So
Yes.
it's dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. Be safe out there, friends. All right. Let's see what's happening right now. Sky. Was nice. SKHY was pretty nice this morning. Called about a few of you guys there on my list as well.
Hi.
That traded well. Yeah. SK high. SK high.
Intel is moving higher this morning.
Mm-hmm. Iron. Let's take a look at Iron. Oh wow, Iron doing pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Nice break out
we
above
didn't
the
talk about
VWAP.
Iran today. We mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah, we
How
did.
it can,
Yep.
how it can move, these days. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Doing his thing.
My goodness. Of course, Andrew's getting the move on Micron.
Yes.
Do you think it can go
See
back
that?
through 1,000? I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's see. There's
I think so. Oh, it's
all
right
the
there.
orders.
Yeah, it's right
All
there.
the
Yeah.
orders are at 1,000. So
Yeah. Yep. Market Atlas, everything has 1,000 on it.
yeah, all the orders are sitting up there. I mean, that's sort of the biggest of round numbers in stock trading, isn't it? $1,000. So
Doesn't get more psychological as far as levels than that, right?
yeah,
One with a couple of zeros.
Probably $100 and $1,000, right? Those are probably the two biggest
Yeah.
round numbers in all of trading,
Agreed.
in all of stock prices.
So this is how it looks. Iron does look very bullish on Market Atlas. So if you look at it here, it looks very bullish this morning. So yeah, more orders to the top side at the moment, at least.
Wow. Look at SpaceX, Carlos. You were
I'm gonna go
right.
back in short.
Are
I
you?
don't want to overtrade this thing. I
don't
think we're
know.
going lower. Oh no!
Did you
Come
get
on.
in?
No, I didn't get in. Please pull back.
Poor
You know what?
Carlos.
I took my eyes off of it. I've been watching it. And I just took my eyes off it because I want to go short again on this thing. I had 2 stops already, which are not that bad. They're like I thought SpaceX moved a lot more. It's only like this, like 50 cents. So it's not that bad as far as the movement. Maybe slow down if there's been losing so much ground. Oh man, yeah, I don't want to chase it here. I really don't. If it comes back to anywhere above 115, I think this is the good area here. I will definitely take another stab at it. Let me see how market at. Let me see if market Atlas has changed. It looked very bearish when I looked at it earlier, and today, I mean now. Yeah, 22,000 shares at 114 again. Let's see what it does here. I'm considering short on this thing.
Well, you're getting a bounce back.
Yeah, I'm
So,
considering right here.
let's see if it can go. If it gets
It's
any
gonna stay.
resistance at the previous day
Yeah.
close, right?
Gotta be quick though, man, because this resistance happens so fast. See how it's trading? Let's see if we get the slam down. What's the spread on this thing? Why does it feel like it's... Oh, it's only 7 cents. It's not bad at all. Space exploration. No, Dustin, it was not. It was not you. I was looking at SKHY. Some excuse me, some other stuff. It was not you. Okay, here it might be happening now. Here's the rejection. Okay, going short now. All right, good entry so far. Let's see if we can hold the line here. Let's see if we're going to deliver a drop back to 114.33. Let's see, SpaceX has it in the books. Market Atlas looks good, but wish it was more orders. Down towards 114. Or at least closer to the price action. Like there's not a whole lot that's here this close. It's got the big one down there at 114. It'll be nice to have some more here build up and then just kind of pull the price lower.
Tesla moving lower here again. Interesting. The semis are all generally doing okay. Some have gone green.
Yeah.
Some are still red. But NVIDIA's still red, but AMD's gone green. Micron couldn't. Well, I guess technically Micron went through 1,000, but not for very long. It did very quickly.
We're trying. Here's the 114 I want to get to. 24,000 shares down here, and it's trying.
Wait, you didn't jump in though, did you?
Oh, I did. I did jump. Oh yeah, I'm in. I'm in, Peter.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh yeah,
that spike was a little higher than I expected above the previous day close. So
yeah. I jumped in when it came back down after the spike. Yeah, that's when I jumped in short. And it did pull up a little bit to the previous day close, and now we're gonna get it. There it is, 114.
Greg, that's the better trade. What you did, if you took that bounce and then went short on Tesla, I would agree. That's the better trade.
All right, let's see, 114. Okay, here we go. All right, 114. Oh, actually, I want to show you guys this screen. Show the Pac-Man. See if we can eat through these orders here. 114, 24,000 shares down there. I think it wants it. I got a level 114, 114.33. That is that's the low. That's the lowest we've been on Tesla as far as since it IPO'd. So we're literally bouncing off of that right now, like right on it. That's the low from last night, I believe. Let's go to a 5-minute. Will be easier to get there and quicker. Yeah, it's the low from last night. So yeah, right there. Low from after hours, after the close. Trying to see if we can make a new low. So we're definitely having a nice little battle here. 114, the demand keeps growing. We came very close to it, but couldn't push right through. I think if we push through that, we might get a nice flush like 113.70. That's what I'm thinking, but just struggling to do that. As we move higher here. All right, we'll see what happens. Anything else going on while I wait for something to happen here? Hopefully in my direction. SpaceX Starships launch after hours today. Might see big move. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I think they scrubbed their last launch, and
Yeah, or yeah, something didn't click right on the last one. All right, one more time. Let's see if we can try it again. He's just trying one more time to go for it. Yeah, the battle here is very strong, guys. All morning we've just been battling right here. There it is. We're coming up against. Okay, here we go. Now we're going. Come on, not gonna break that.
come on,
Who's buying this thing?
come
Strong
on, you can do it.
Tesla
Do it.
believers. Jeez. Now. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna take a partial. We're still not at 114 though. We're still not at the target, but I think it would be irresponsible of me to not take a partial here, given the nature of the battle was taking place. But let's see. See if Market Atlas. See if Market Atlas is going to go through that. Yeah, it's trying. Look at the number of orders increasing there. The bigger bubbles. Still got 31,000 shares at 114. And we're really trying. There it is. Getting closer. Market Atlas says yes. 32,000 shares. Let's see. Oh, here we go. We're biting through that 114. There it is. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
You've been
Yes.
waiting. You've been waiting to use that Pac-Man.
There we go. Excellent,
go.
guys. Two parcels in there. You can't see the two triangles. There are two triangles in there. You can't see them. They were like right. They must be right at the same price. But I did hit it twice there. So I've got filled exactly to the penny on both things times I hit it. And I didn't hit it back to back. Like I hit it, waited 2 seconds, hit it again, and the price was right at the same time. So, all right, sweet guys. Let's see if this can get any continuation. Now we're moving lower, 21,000 shares at 113. But the stock is proven difficult to continue dropping here. So I don't know if we're gonna get to that 113 right away. It might take a bit. Might take a couple of pullbacks before we get there. So let's see. Let's see what SpaceX does.
You ever notice?
Yep.
Can you put your chart up again? I was looking at
SpaceX or I'm sorry.
no, that one.
This one? Okay.
I was just looking at your arrows. Because I've noticed this sometimes. Do you ever notice how every once in a while the candles on a chart or the trade entry arrows, like your little triangles,
Yeah.
they're not always centered. I've never figured that out. I
I
mean,
I
maybe.
see. Yes, I seen that, and I seen it more. I seen it worse on people that have their triangles larger.
Yeah,
Like my
maybe,
triangles are
maybe,
pretty
maybe,
small.
maybe that's it because I have them larger,
You
and
have
like
them
to me, it's
larger.
just a factor of maybe the older programming that they just I don't know whether they don't align the pixels or whatever they do, but it's just weird to me that in this day and age that things aren't always centered, and
Yeah, this
anyways,
one is pretty good. Like
yeah,
this
that
one's
one's
right
not
down the
bad.
middle. I love it how you see how the size of the triangle is. If you
Yeah,
don't zoom in, as you zoom in, it doesn't get bigger. Like it should get bigger,
no,
right? It stays,
yeah,
look how small it stays.
I know.
Like, why is it doesn't increase relative to you zooming in? But I get it. Yeah.
No,
No, but I seen that, and I seen people that share their charts where their triangles are like massive.
right,
They're off. They're not in the middle. And I
right.
believe too, it has to do something with the resolution you're running, as well.
I guess. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, like this one. That's not in the middle. Oh no, that is actually.
It's on the wicks. Sometimes you notice it most, right? Because
On
you've
the
got
wiki
line,
notice it most,
you got
yeah.
line, and sometimes, well, yeah, because look, like it depends on the resolution. Like, look at your down one, the short there at 936 or whatever. Like, it doesn't look like it's quite centered.
It doesn't look like it's quite center. Yeah, this one looks off.
Anyways, it's always
The
interesting to
the
me how
stuff that we
sometimes,
the stuff
yeah.
that us traders get distracted with quickly.
Uh,
All
all right, I'm still
right,
looking
let's
for
go.
another trade. Yeah, I don't want to start
113.
trading like.
Let's get it.
So let's see
Let's
if you
see
can do
here.
it for Carlos. And SMCI is at the high of day here. Service
Triangle
now just came back
size
up through
does
VWAP.
matter.
I'm not gonna take service now long. That's crazy talk. Size matters. Size does matter.
It does.
Squirrel. Yeah, Bim Paris. That's fair. Yes, we're just getting distracted here. Anyways, that was me. That's all my fault. I
No,
did
no,
that. I was just
it's all good, man.
as Carlos was zooming in out of the chart, I'm like, I love it's like it's just like sometimes it was centered and then you'd zoom in a little bit and it would move off center, and I'm like, it's all so weird to me when it does that.
Yeah. Yep. It does. All right, guys. Here is trying again to lose 113.60. But the big orders are down at 113. So we'll see if we're going to head that direction. Looks like we are. I'm going to be a little more patient. Let's see if we can get to 113. I think it's going to be hard. I think these guys are going to put up a big battle. But still, 27,000 shares down here at 113 on Market Atlas, and that's kind of what we're aiming for. But I think if I get pretty close, 113.20, I'm definitely going to take a partial. SKHY, friends, up 5% now. So it's been pretty good this morning. All right, 113.45. See if we can get lower. It is trying. Here it is. Okay, I think we're going for it, guys, again. All right, let's see what it does here. 113, 20. It keeps growing here, guys. 28,000 shares now. So we got a big stack of orders down there. So for those that we get questions a lot, level Market Atlas versus level 2 is the same thing, right? But look at how you're viewing this data. Look how nicer it is to see, where we had areas of problems before, supply, demand. So it's just much easier to read than the actual montage level 2, right? So it's just a little bit nicer. than to be looking at these numbers scrolling around here. So how much does it cost? I got to check the price because someone commented that the price might have gone up. I mean, we don't put the price. Usually don't see it. But someone mentioned that the price for the premium did go up, so I got to go to the website and check. I don't run into it because I already have a plan. So when I look at it, it just logs right in, right? So I don't see the login of what the price is and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what it is. It is whatever the price is, you're gonna get more value than what you're paying. That's for sure. That's what we like to do. Give more value than what you are paying for.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Zero.
It's yeah.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here on Tesla again. No volume though. I wish there was volume at this low to know that there was going to be a decent bounce.
Yeah.
Tesla look like on the
This was my concern on SpaceX.
Yeah.
We're getting a bounce on 114. Look at the orders. Look at that.
Tesla still has orders down at 325. So it looks like it's still got room to go down. I mean, Carlos, this is the market, if you notice, is bouncing right now. So
yeah.
So maybe if the market eases up here, you can get a continuation move. Boy, guys, I've been watching NVDA today. NVIDIA is just ugly today. It is again today, maybe I should say. Not just today, but again today, NVIDIA, sorry. Very, very ugly.
Let's see here. Still waiting for a pullback on Tesla. I mean, it depends on your entry, right? Like, this might pull back. You still got tons of orders, 326 on Tesla. So it depends on how your entry is, if you could afford the pullback. But I mean, it can go lower, man. 326 looks very hefty up here. 326 has tons of orders.
It's got a ton of orders.
Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, 325. So I don't know. I can't tell you what to do. Is your trade. Follow your plan. But depends on your entry. I think if you could afford to wait.
Yeah, it looks heavy.
That could be something you might want to kind of boil over before you execute. So. All right, let's see here. Still use Bookmap. Yeah, hey, if Bookmap works for you, absolutely. That's another tool. It's very good, just like ours. We won't tell you don't use it. But if you want to support us as we do this, just saying. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? This is why there's certain coaches, and I won't mention the name. They they're very successful because they take care of themselves in a way that I see no other coaches take care of. And I live in a town where that culture is very big here. And I won't say the name because I don't want to get too political and get into stuff. But these guys, they could be a store right here. That's I use my country, Dominican spot, and we might sell something cheaper and blah 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 and whatever. They won't buy there. They go to their people, right? Because they support themselves, right? So as you're hanging out here, you want to support the channel, you want to support Barry Trades, you want to support us doing this free for you on YouTube. That's the way to do it. It costs you a little couple of bucks extra, maybe than somebody else, but that's the way to support us to keep doing this going forward. Support Trading Terminal. So just think about that. Think about that when you make decisions. But yeah, and these guys are very successful. They keep everything within their community, and they support each other, and I think that's important, right? So if you believe in that, that's the way to do it. BBT are your people. There you go. If you're your peoples, use Market Atlas. Keep it within the family. It's an Italian thing. Like the Sopranos, right? Keep it within the family. All right, here we go, friends. SpaceX. I'm having some cold feet here a little bit. I might be taking a partial because we're just not doing it as fast as I would like. I'm sorry. Let me show you guys the charts. Here it is. So we're not in bad shape. I just don't want to take too many shares up if we're going to bounce from here, right? We're hanging out way too long, much longer than I would like. Yeah, I'm gonna take some more off, guys. Just waiting a second, because usually when I do that, that's when it boom bounces up. But I think I think it might be reasonable to take some off here. Let's see how Atlas looks if it has changed. Go back to SpaceX. Looks very, very bearish, friends. Now you're starting to get 114, so we might come up here, test this, and then head lower. But it still looks very bearish. Like this signals are strong here, guys. 37,000 now, down to 112, 36,000. Oh man.
Yeah, it just looks. I'm surprised we're getting this bounce, but
Yeah. Dub for life, just subscribe. New trader, welcome, my friend. Great to have you. Yeah, if you're new, guys, subscribe. You can always so you can watch us trade. We trade live every single day here on YouTube. So make sure you do that. We'd love to have you come back. And we start at 8 a.m. in the morning. We start preparing, going through news, going through stories that might be interesting. And yeah, we'd love to have you guys join us. And all the way to 12, Mike comes in around 10:30. Then we have Eamon at 11 and Kyle. We have a whole show lined up for you guys. All brought to you by Peter Donnelly, the Canadian whiskey. That's our sponsor. Don't mind the bottle misspelled P. They didn't put the P correctly in the. They misspelled the name there.
Well, the last name's not right either, but that's okay. It's okay. Well,
I think it took your last name because I copied it from Telegram. I think your last name is wrong on Telegram. So I just copy and paste. I did it quick over live, yeah. Which hey, don't fix it because that is you don't need your name to be right on social media. Yeah, that's what I copied it from. Peter Donnelly only has one N on Telegram. Did you mean to do it like that, or was it on purpose to hide your identity?
I don't. Well, maybe that's not my real account. Maybe it's a fake account. But no, it should be if it's our Telegram. Hold on here. Let me check.
No, you have one N on Telegram for sure.
What? How is that?
I'll tell you right now.
I don't even know how that is. How do I find myself?
I'm telling you what it is. What it is. Here it is. Peter Donnelly.
I see. Cause wait on. Show me.
Right there.
Sorry, my thing's not updating. That's weird. Because on my screen, it's definitely got two. My profile. Here's my profile. It definitely has two.
Interesting.
So I'm not.
I've been talking to the wrong Peter.
Maybe.
All right. Let's see here. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna take up a partial on like I want to, but then I want to wait. But yeah, no, I'm gonna take another partial. Let's do the right thing. I've been talking about it for a while, so let's take a partial just in case this is the end. We've taken 3 partials already. If you missed it, there's the 2 partials here, different times, which just happened to get filled exactly at the same price. So there's 2 in there, and I'm glad to take the other one because it seems like the move might be over. So. Hey, Cops, getting a bunch of emails from Andrew about Market Atlas. I'm already using Thinkorswim. I don't need any options. No, we don't, man. And again, we don't do the marketing and what the cost is and what is what's involved. So unfortunately, I can't really tell you if there's any other options or any other services. But it's 180. I didn't think it was 180. I gotta check that. I'm not sure.
Did you hold? Oh, Carlos.
No, I took a partial. I know. Always happens. Every single time. Every single time.
Well, maybe. You know what?
If I take a partial, Peter, I got to take like 1 share, right?
1 share. That's what I was just about to say. Just do 1 share. Yeah.
Friends, the amount of time this happens to me is just unbelievable. I take a partial. I even said it before I took the partial. You guys heard me.
You did.
I'm gonna wait because every time I take a partial, it comes back down. Look at this thing go. Again, I can't be mad. I'm green. I covered the losses. I'm happy. But damn it. Like, why? What's the reason for this?
It's funny because you don't sound happy. I'm happy, sort of.
Oh, look at that. Now it's going to go straight to 113. That's where we got our big orders. But we are definitely hitting. There it is. Come on. 113.30. Got some orders there. We're trying to break through. See if Market Atlas can make it happen. Let's do it now. Roll ready. Waiting. More orders stacking up. 113.25. Let's see if we can go through those. Tell me about it. If I take, yeah, seriously, I gotta tell you. Right, 125. I think this is close to. Oh yeah, here we go. Partial right there. Oh, good, great fill, Mr. Interactive Brokers. That's very nice. Usually it's not on point like that. So good fill. Another partial here, 113. Guys, at Market Atlas, you can see there's tons of orders there. And yeah, look at that. Still 38,000. We haven't gone through everything here. So let's see if we can go through that 113. 38,000 there. Let's see if it's climbing. We dug into a little bit right over here, battled up, and let's see if we can just keep on slamming into that wall. Wow, 45,000. So more interest, more demand for 113. Where are the ads? I know, man. I'm barely trying to managing the partials correctly here, let alone adding. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, there it is, friends. I mean, can you get more Pac-Man than that right there? That is just awesome. Amazing. So right through 113. Yeah, it's just great. Just great. Let's see if we got any lower. I did take a partial not so long ago, so I'm just kind of trying to hang out, see what happens. So I'm glad we went through that. This is where I really wanted to take a partial, but unfortunately I fumbled that. Not fumbled it. Hey, I did the decision with the information we had, but man, this happens so much. Partial and then boom, drop. It's like they're waiting for me. Like there's minions in the market just waiting. He's out. Drop it now. You know, it's like he took the partial. It's looking at my account.
Yeah. It's on you, man.
Oh man!
You get the pullback, and you're like, "Oh, I should lock in some profit before it pulls back more."
I know. And I waited. I was gonna do it here. I'm like, let me wait. And like, okay. Boom. The Psychology of Trading, friends. By the way, great book by Mike. Introduction to Trading Psychology, available on Amazon. Highly recommend you get it. It's a really great book. And aside from that, from someone that we learn to trade with BBT or Baby Traders, so you can relate to a lot of the stuff he's saying out there. There's tons of psychology books. There's more psychology books than trading books. Like psychology is a big thing. There's got to be more psychology books, 100%. But this one's special because by someone of our community that you can relate to, you can reach out to.
Oh yeah.
There's
lots of good trading psychology. There's good trading psychology books that aren't even trading books. So
yes, agree.
There's a couple of poker books I love to read that are excellent for trading psychology. Like exactly, just take every time they say poker and replace it with trading. It's 100% applicable.
Fits right in.
Yep. Absolutely. Because poker's all about dealing with the things you know and the things you don't know, and making knowledgeable decisions. Yeah,
staying calm, staying cool, staying patient.
How you have the confidence in the face of a loss, and it's all it's the same psychological process.
Yeah,
the discipline that you're applying it to is different, but the psychological fortitude and the mental process is exactly the same. So.
The book is what book you said, Peter?
Well,
it's another great one, El Patron. The Trading Zone by Mark Douglas, another classic.
I mean, not to promote any book, but just this is one that I have on my bookshelf. Annie Duke, Thinking in Bets. So that's a good one. And the other one that I like is oh, there you go. See, Ron was talking about the same book. And there's another one who's another female author, oddly, but or ironically, perhaps, because you'd think there'd be more men authors, but in poker and trading, but the female authors have some great books and some great thinking processes. Konnikova uh, is her name, and let's see here. I always forget her name because I have this one as a digital book. Hold on here. I got to find it.
Friends, SpaceX going lower as Peter looks for that book. 112, 36,000 now down there. So we're continuing our way lower and lower. So very nice.
I always forget the woman's name because it's like she's it's not the tennis player, but it sounds sort of like it. But anyways, Thinking in Bets is a good one. The other one is I can't find it here now. I'd have to get my Kindle and go get it for you. Anybody know it? Jared Tendler's. Jared Tendler, yeah, he's got some good books there, and he's got a series of books, right? Because he does one about trading, he does one about poker, and he actually does one about golf. I think those are his three disciplines, and like he describes, it's a very similar process, right? Just different disciplines. So the other one that's a interesting psychology book indirectly, the grandfather of trading psychology is actually Mark Douglas. So if you go back and get Mark Douglas's original book, I've got it here somewhere too. Hold on. Pull that up. Well, I don't know where it is. Must have lent it. Maybe I lent it to somebody. Anyways, Mark Douglas's book is good too. So there, if you want some psychology trading books, those are good. A lot of trading books sort of dabble or at least talk about psychology, but it's good to get a focused one. Mike's is really good because it focuses on the trading psychology. So it's well worth reading. And hopefully Carlos is still there. Is Carlos still there?
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
he's
Yeah,
there.
yeah, I'm
He's
here.
focused.
No, I'm just
Focused.
reading messages. Reading messages here and checking some stuff out. All right, very good. Very good. Very good. Seriously? All right, let's check. What's going on here? What's going on? All right, friends. Couple of partials in already. I didn't get the 112 all the way down here, but I did get it before that, so that's okay. We'll see if it's gonna go. I mean, this is pretty good move so far for SpaceX. What else we got? Another one, yeah. I know we got another Carlos from NY. Is that New York Yankees? NYY. Yes, another great one as well. Dr. Bread Steam. Steam Burger. The Burger? How do you pronounce his last name? How do you pronounce his last name? It's not pronounced the way it's written, that's for sure. Elon is a new God. In Elon we trust. I don't know about that, man. So Elon needs to take us to Mars. I don't know, man. I don't think that's sustainable, but it's fun. But I don't think that's gonna be sustainable in Mars.
Oops, sorry. I'm on mute here, talking the whole time. I thought I'll just go through my my Amazon purchases and find the book, because now her name is bothering me and the name of that book.
Mm.
But I'm going through like just the books I bought. I'm like, damn, I've bought
Yep.
a lot of books. I got 12 pages of just book orders here. I
Yeah.
read a lot. That's a lot of books. Huh.
Yeah. Okay. Just check some stuff out here. All right, guys. What else we got? So we're looking good. SpaceX for the win today. Took a couple of stabs. 1 trade, 2 trade, and then the big trade. So there we are. Let's take a look at Google. We should be getting ready for some reversals here. And Tesla wants to go lower. Tesla wants to go lower. It hit 126, so it did the bounce here. Hopefully, if you were short, you stayed in and got this 325.50-ish you're getting here. So hopefully you survive that pullback. And I think it wants to go lower. Let's see. SpaceX might be done. It did struggle to make it all the way down to this 112. So we'll see. I've taken off enough that I can wait till it comes back to 114. It's not gonna hurt the P&L. So 114 we'll make a decision if we're taking everything off. Or if we're heading lower. SKHY trying to go back up to the high of the day, 177.93. And then that's pretty much what we have. Tesla is a scam, says Stock Trader 01. I could find you
Tesla's
a boatload of people. Boatload of people that will disagree with you, and a boatload that will agree with you. So it's it's one of those things where it depends where you are sitting at. I think what Tesla needs to do is they got to make this technology the thing that everybody can get on every car. Don't keep it just to Tesla. Right? Outsource this thing, charge the people the monthly, because there are people driving. Andrew, he's got a Lamborghini. He could afford the self-driving technology, right? He can self-drive. He can hit the button and just go wherever he wants, but he will pay for it. There's a lot of people with a lot of deep pockets that will pay for that technology without even thinking twice, that are not going to drive a Tesla. I think he'll make more money if he puts it out there to every single car. It'll be a revenue generator, man. There'll be people in the city, New York, driving their Lexuses, their Toyota Camrys. People love Toyota Camrys here.
What's the plural of Lexus? Lexi? Driving their Lexuses?
I don't know. Lexuses.
Anyways.
Driving their Lexuses.
Is Lexus already plural?
That's what he needs to do. I would love to have a BMW 4 Series with the self-driving from Tesla, right? We did, T-Man. We did know that Lambos actually makes tractors back in the day. We learned that through this show. I didn't know that prior to doing this show, but a couple of years ago, somebody did bring that up. I don't know how we got to it. I think we're talking about farming and
I
maybe
don't know. Lambos and Porsche. They also made a
yeah,
tractor
yeah.
back in the day.
So
So yeah, lots of tractors.
so yeah. Um, but yeah, I think that's what Tesla needs to do, man. Outsource this thing. Get it out to people that have pockets, very deep, that are driving the fancy cars. That why don't you just get in and hit the button? So
Hmm. Wow, Tesla's very Elon is very polarizing here in the chat. Well, Tesla stock is not polarizing. It's going down again. It's hitting the skids here today.
yes,
Should have
BMW.
reversed that trade and gone short. I mean, short was
Yeah.
the clear longer term play. Again, I was just taking the bounce. I could have, would have. All right. Meanwhile, I'm watching a lot of sideways stuff. I
Mhm.
mean, oh my God, this like AMD is now just curling around the previous day close and the VWAP, which are only only about $1 apart. We've got NVDA, which has done nothing today.
Yeah,
Micron made
yeah.
an initial move higher, and now it's sort of chopping in a range just below 1,000. Intel, not looking so. Like all the semis seem to have just stabilized here, whereas most of the big tech stocks, Amazon, Google, obviously Tesla, SpaceX, Microsoft, even they're all going down today.
Absolutely. Um, let's check your passport here. What do we got going on?
You still have some left on SpaceX?
Oh yeah, Still have some
Okay,
left.
good.
Oh, you just okay. All right, AI UD4. All right, enough. I don't want to give you the boot, but you're new. You just subscribed to YouTube, so that tells me you're a bot of some sort. Because who just subscribed to YouTube, made a new account 3 months ago? Your account's got to be 10 years plus, man. Where you been at? Under a rock? All right, you know what? One more comment on Elon godness, and you're gonna find yourself on your way to heaven here, in the blacklist. So, my goodness. But the comment here: BMW used to make engines. Yes, they did make plain engines back in the days. I think that's where, if I read this somewhere, saw somewhere, that's where they got their logo. That's like a propeller, like stopped. That's they got the blue and the black. It's supposed to be like a propeller. That's kind of like stopped in the way it will look, right? So that's how they got their BMW logo.
Really?
But
I didn't know that.
yeah. They used to make plane engines. So
Huh.
a lot of these car companies made probably warplane engines, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, maybe not all of them, but yeah. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool logo to come up with it. All right. Off you go. I can't. I shouldn't do that. Mm. Right, the BMW logo is a plain spinning propeller. The blue and the white from Iranian flag. I don't know about that. I heard the plain propeller story in a couple of places, so I like that one better. I'm gonna go with that one. Right? Pick whatever you want to believe. It's a free world nowadays. All right, let's see. Cycles 1000 is ceiling today. For which one? Pat. MU. MU struggling at 1,000. Yeah, his I know the triangles are very small. But yeah, I did trade SpaceX a couple of times. 1, too. So short stopped out, short stopped out. Finally waited for the pullback. This is a great indication, man. Pulled up all the way up. On the way back down, we got in short, and then was able to get the drop in. Two partials here, one here, here, and here. Now I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see if we continue lower. Looks like, wow, I'm surprised we were back at 112. I thought that was it. I thought we were going back up to 114, but it's not done selling off. How is Tesla doing? Oh boy, Elon's losing money left and right today. Not that he even cares. He probably doesn't even look at the stock price. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a good day today. Really good day. And some people took Tesla short. Let's see if I got trades from their community. So we'll look at some of those. Not quite yet. So we'll wait for that. But yeah, I expect a lot of great trades today because a lot of stuff did pretty good. You got SKHY at the beginning. Also beautiful long there. We had STM in our secondary list, and this is why we don't put it in the primary list. Because yeah, it did move higher, but it's look at how light the volume is. It looked better pre-market. Looked much better as far as the movement of candles, right? So I don't know. It's just a tough one. And, service now, beautiful drop in service now. Beautiful drop there. 1 minute ORB breakdown. So that was good. I did add NVDA, but you know what? We didn't pay a lot of attention to NVIDIA. Guys, did you ban me from chat? I can't see any movement. No, we see you. We see you texting for sure, but you're not banned. Hello. I'll even respond to you there. So you're here. No, yeah, we got you loud and clear, my friend. All right. We got you loud and clear. All right, let's see here. I learned how to partial and sell at this. I learned how to partial and sell, and this is my first month so far in July. I'm up 30% on my account. David, that's awesome, man. That is amazing news. Glad to hear that. As SpaceX is going lower. That's sweet, David. I know I've seen you in chat a couple of times, man. That's great to hear. Keep it up. I'm not sure how you got there, but if you have a couple of, if you're on a winning streak, just know that, red days are coming. So just make sure you accept them. This is very important when you're doing very well. Red days are coming. Just accept the red day, accept the small loss, and just move on.
The red days are coming. They're coming.
They're coming.
Red days are coming.
Winter's coming, baby. Like the one of the greatest shows on TV. But yeah, just make sure you accept the loss, because I see that a lot where people are like, no, 30-day winning streak, and then they don't accept that.
That's when
that's when you gotta be the most careful.
Yeah, exactly, Carlos. They don't accept the little loss, and it becomes a really big loss.
Big loss, right?
I've been there. I've done that several times. You go on this winning streak, and then you just can't believe that you lost, right?
Yeah.
I don't lose. I haven't lost in however long, right? And you get it in your head. Oh my God! Well, I'm gonna fix this, right? Like I know I can do this. I just did it 10 days in a row or 20 days in a row or whatever your winning streak is. And then you make it worse and you make it worse. And, it's just, it happens.
I think the best thing to do is once you have that first loss, take it small and that's it. Just walk away for the whole entire day. Come back tomorrow. Yeah. Like, let it sink in. One red day. That's it. Move on. Don't take another trade. Yeah. Just leave. I mean, you'd be surprised how many people get caught in that cycle of psychology and emotions. So just be careful with that. But glad to hear, man. Yep, partialing is the way, and accepting small losses quickly. That is a big thing. Get out. You can always get back in. Oh, we haven't looked at Apple today. NVIDIA starting to make a new low here. It was choppy all morning.
NVIDIA
and now
finally
starting to do something here.
Finally
Yep.
dropped that range.
Yeah, go fly. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. What did Andrew and Brian trade today? They traded a couple of things. Peter, you might be more up to speed on
Yeah, Andrew took
how the fellas are
Micron
doing.
long. He traded Micron to the long side, trying to break through 1,000. So we got a profitable trade on that. He traded. Looks like he traded a Tesla derivative, TSLQ.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 2
Nice.
times leveraged long for Tesla. So he traded. Or is this inverse? It must be inverse. Yeah, it's a 2 times leverage short. So he traded that. Made $4,000 on that. And that's about it. That's all I see. I didn't see him take anything else. So, oh my goodness. I gotta sit. My back is killing me. But all right. What else we got?
All right.
Matthew, is that you? Mr. McConaughey? Was that you in the chat?
Hmm?
You didn't even know what you said, eh? You just said, all right, all right.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he does say that a lot.
Hey, it's a
Say that a
signature
lot.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Unintentionally. It just happened to be those. You know what the significance of that is, eh? Those are like the first words he ever spoke in his very first movie.
No, I did not know that.
So it somehow just became his signature thing.
Yeah, look at that. I did not know that.
Oh,
Good morning, Mike. How are you today?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
we're
Doing good,
doing
man.
great,
Doing
Mike.
good.
Did you go see the train yesterday?
I did not go see the
No?
train yesterday, but I
Big
did
boy?
hear about the train on the news.
Okay, there you go.
So
Yeah, I'm sure that would make
I
local
did hear
news.
about it.
Big boy.
So that I did not realize that it consumed 15 gallons of fuel every mile.
Per mile.
That's
I know. Isn't that crazy?
that's a lot of fuel.
Ridiculous.
That is
Yeah.
that is a lot. So it's
Nick,
not. I mean, I guess when you're building something in the 1940s, it wasn't a model of efficiency. I mean, look, just to move the engine, let alone the rest of the train. I mean, the engine is 1.2 million tons. Or sorry,
yeah,
one.
that
So
is
no, that's way overstated. 1.2 million pounds. But
that
Yeah. Yep.
that's insane though.
I know that's
Like,
just that's a massive hunk of iron, to
Yeah,
move.
how do you slow
So,
that
Yeah.
thing down? Like, how do you
oh
slow it
yeah,
down?
it's
I mean,
yeah,
you probably, in order
very
for it to
gradually.
stop in Kansas City, they probably had to start slowing it down as soon as it crossed the border over in St. Louis.
That's right. It was
yeah.
coasting the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Really.
Like,
Just let friction
that,
slow it down over time. Yeah. Okay, we're getting a
well,
market pop here, by the way, guys. If you're in
I see that.
anything,
oh
or if
yeah.
you jumped in along, I didn't take a long on Tesla here. I was watching it though for the bounce.
Where's the SPY?
It's still below VWAP.
Yeah, this 739 seems to be holding on the SPY as what everything keeps bouncing off that. So that's where I took my first trade today off of, right as the opened occurred. I waited for that 739 pullback. As soon as it showed, that's when I got in, and then partial that VWAP on the SPY, and then 741 I was shooting on the MES. I wanted 740.90, never quite got there, so ended up getting out break even, and now we're just kind of in chop down here. I think we'll consolidate for a little bit, and then we'll see if we can't push a little higher. If we look on the SPY on the daily, right, we can understand why this area is finding support. So it's this swing low or higher low that we have here that we are testing right now. So if we lose this, we definitely have some room downward to go. But if we hold this, we have the possibility of going back up. I just don't think Google's earnings and Tesla did the SPY any favors.
Well, no.
So it did. The overall market did not like what they kind of gave us, right? So
that's very true.
That's where we're at. We're still in an uptrend on the market, bearish pre-market, very hybrid type market. Here we could either be in a range for the day, right? This top side to downside, or we could transition into a trend day if we can get above or below these levels that have kind of been established early on. So we'll see. I'm a little hesitant on this a little bit later. Maybe around noon would be a good time to take a look at the SPY or the futures. You might get a movement out of there, but right now, very, very choppy. Very, very choppy, very, very lightning. What is that movie? Something in there.
Yeah. What do you quote it?
So,
Bohemian Rhapsody? I'm not sure where
yeah,
you're going with that.
there it is. Bohemian Rhapsody. I forgot what title of that song. Very, very frightening. Very.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. Me, Galileo. All right.
Yep.
Or you could have been
Wayne's
quoting
World.
from Wayne's World. Yeah, exactly. That's
Yep.
what I was about to say.
Wayne's World is there too. So we keep the SPY keeps trying to get above VWAP, but it just cannot stay above it. Earlier on that bounce, and I think you were right, Peter, right in your pre-market assessment, this big long downtrend going into the open, like that's what I was playing, right?
Yeah.
Downtrend, find the support at 739 on the SPY, and let's rally this thing up, take advantage of this rally up where people are covering from their profits, and then make sure you get the heck out of the way if it decides to reverse. So that's basically what I did. So unfortunately, we couldn't quite get all the way to 774.90. I was looking for that, hoping we would have gotten that. About 4 points off. Party on. What did you trade today, Peter?
Tesla. I took
Tesla.
the Tesla, but oddly, I was actually long. I'm always like against the trend. Anyways, I took the bounce, the first bounce long, got a little partial. I've been looking for something else, but I honestly didn't think the market would go this much farther down. So the Tesla short would have been awesome even after I got in there. But anyways,
Tesla, yeah. People just wanted to take their money, I think, on Tesla right now. Google, though, like if we look at Google's daily chart, I think a lot of people saw this coming, right? I mean, Google's been selling off since it made its kind of high up here, right? Gapped up, and then it just really sold off, and then we kind of got a recovery. But I think the investors were like, yeah, they're spending too much money. They're spending too much. I think that's going to be, I think a lot of these AI type companies, I think that's what a lot of the earnings reports gonna show. You're spending way too much money for the amount of revenue that's coming back in. It's like, hey, give me your money so I can spend it. I have no way to regenerate money, but I like your money. The train. Oh, NVDA. Look at AMD, just super choppy. No real good high of day. NVIDIA, no real good high of day. I wonder what John traded today. I know he was over with our peak capital traders. I wonder if he traded something. He must have traded something off the wall, off of like his secondary list, because the tech sector does not look positive. Here we go. Further down. Buy.
SpaceX is just bouncing off the lows it's set here. I don't know. Microsoft surprisingly weak.
I mean, 736 on the SPY has a lot of open interest. 730 has a lot of interest. I don't think we get to 730, maybe 736. Top side 748. We are so far away from that. That's going to be tough. There's just not a lot of open interest right now on the SPY side on the options for anything until you get to like 743. But the downside is way outweighing. So just be aware of that. So we'll see if we can get a rally back, but it could be difficult. Back up here. Yeah, look at this. Like we get this pop, right, Peter? And then we get this big sell-off. And now we're gonna try to go back to 74.55. SpaceX. Yeah. Good old SpaceX. I think what we calculate the 1 trillion mark at, I think somebody said 75.85 strike price. I think
Yeah, I don't know.
somewhere down there with its convoluted percentages and of shares and everything it's got. So I do think we go down that low and then maybe get a bounce off that. So oh, Elon, poor Elon. Yeah.
Okay. Get some volume, a bounce. Microsoft. What does the level 2 look like? We still have orders down to 375 on Microsoft. However, it's a tough one.
partial. Oh yeah, Carlos trained SpaceX.
Yeah, I think he's still in it. I guess he is.
And I wonder. Let me see what contracts are. So I do think we go to 100.
Yeah, what is the price of a contract at 100? Oh, Tesla's getting another punch
We'll
lower.
say the price of a contract at 100 for next week, right? So next Friday, if you wanted to buy the puts, it's $2.10. That's really not that bad, but that's a week.
$2.10.
And it's $9.20 if you buy it for August closure, August 21st or 28th, 8:30 for the 21st of August. 14th is 760. The 7th is 650. I don't know. I do think we'd get down to that 100 mark though.
Lower here.
Oh, yep, moving lower.
Oh my goodness, $111 on SpaceX. It's a bloodbath. It's carnage.
The thing that I find interesting, right, is I think in 5-10 years you're gonna look and go, man, I wish I bought Tesla or SpaceX at $100.
Yeah.
People are gonna be like we do with Apple and NVDA now. I think the first earnings report is what's gonna either determine the massive sell-off or people reinvesting in it. So I think they want to see what's up with the AI aspect of SpaceX. So oh yeah, Pat. Tesla, eventually SpaceX is gonna buy Tesla.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, just the way that the companies are structured and the SpaceX invested in Tesla and Tesla's invested in SpaceX, like they're gonna merge. So it's just a matter of when do they merge. So there'll be, I mean, your real risk with SpaceX is the AI division of the company. That's where your real risk is. Starlink makes money. You blow up some rockets, Starlink still covers the rocket expenditure costs. But it's the AI, as you're seeing with Google and all these others, right? All that investment. And I think the reason that he's doing that is because he doesn't want to go to other companies for that component. He wants to build his own ecosystem like Apple, right? So when he builds a base on Mars or a base on the moon, he wants his technology in it, not having to go to Sam Altman at OpenAI, who he despises, right? Or Anthropic. He doesn't want to be reliant on somebody else. So that's where I think that whole aspect's going to come from. So yeah, I gotta have some to run the AI, right? Plus, if you have your own AI, right, you create your own ecosystem for your developers and your engineers and everybody to put all their information within it, and you're not worried about it going out to other companies because it's your ecosystem, right? Where if you're going out to OpenAI or Anthropic and you're trying to get them to provide it for you, well, we know how well that goes over, right? With security. Corporate espionage, isn't that what it's called, Peter?
Yeah, indeed.
Somebody's there to, somebody wants to be a millionaire.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out if this thing is going to bounce. I'm really hesitant to take a reversal. I want to take a reversal, but I'm very hesitant that this market is done.
On what are you looking to take a reversal on?
Tesla or Microsoft?
Tesla's at the daily expected move. So, I mean, if this market turns around, could be a good potential. But I don't think the market's done yet, is the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too.
I think we got 736 in us on the market today at some point. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the open interest, right? 736 open interest, we got 11,000. And then you look on the call side, 669, 500, 501, 515, 1500, like all the way up to 745. You don't even, that doesn't even add up to what's sitting down there at 736. And then 737, 738. So I do think we're still headed lower for now. Or at least that's what the options are saying. Candy. Okay. I never quite heard of that, but see what we got. Well, we got Eamon and Kyle coming on shortly, I'm assuming. So no other economic news today. What do we have for Do we have any earnings this afternoon for us, Peter? I don't think so, do we?
That's a good question. What have we got for earnings? Let's see. Here.
Reload the page.
Calendar.
There we go.
Earnings after the close. Yeah,
Intel?
well, we got Intel.
Yeah.
And Intel and maybe Intel. So really
Yeah.
we just have Intel. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's all that much. I mean, there's a couple VeriSign. Yeah, no, Intel's the only one of interest. Looks like.
Dr. Pepper's not interesting to you. Keurig Dr. Pepper.
That's such a weird. They've been merged for a while now, but it's such a weird company mixture. I mean, what do they have in common?
Caffeine.
I don't know.
Caffeine. That's it.
I guess. Yeah.
So, and then if you're watching the market, I'd say keep an eye on that 736 level on the SPY. That might be our bottom for today. But right now on the option side, there is nothing to the top side right now. So we
Hey,
are
good morning,
just
guys.
riding
Morning,
it.
gentlemen.
Good morning, Eamon. Did you get a
Eamon,
nap in?
Kyle, how are you
How
both?
we doing, gents?
Oh,
I'm
wait.
great. I had a great day. I didn't know. Eamon, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good also. So
Good.
feels like the end of
Peter,
the week already.
I know, Peter, that story about that house that you were talking about earlier, could you imagine like being deceased for, I know you touched on it already, but like being deceased for like however long that was, like 6 months, and no one did a wellness check on you, like no
I know.
family or anyone. Like it's so sad. Maybe it's just a Canadian thing, but when you read that, when you were talking about that,
It's
I was
just
like,
Canadian
wow.
thing. That
Like,
was
we're
a
just
kind
so
of
nice.
insult.
No, it's
No,
That was
not
a
that.
kind
It's
of
a world
insult.
thing. I know. We're
my
just so
question
nice.
is,
It's just like,
how the heck do the neighbors not be like, I've never seen anybody go in or out of that house in like forever.
yeah. Have you seen Jimmy
And
leave for coffee in the morning at all? No, like nothing. Like,
I
yeah,
know.
like
Yeah.
what's that
anyways,
smell in the
continue.
neighborhood?
Yeah.
Like
I don't know. It all
like a
seems.
dead body smells before
Yeah.
it gets encrusted.
Right. Yeah.
So
And
You
like
would.
even for the guy that bought that house, like would that smell ever be gone? Like past decomposition, like they would have gone into the floors, like he would have to completely gutted that
you
thing.
have to gut the house. I mean, I
Totally.
would after that. I would
I
Well,
gut the
wouldn't even,
house and
I'd sell
redo
it.
it.
I
Yeah.
read more of the article after I talked to you guys about it, and they said that the bank stopped the completion of the sale because, of
Oh,
course, they
okay.
can't turn over the property now to the guy until the investigation is done, right? Because they are the legal owner, because they foreclosed. So, so he might have a chance to get out of this. I'm not sure if he wants to, because apparently it's listed at the estimated value is 625,000. He bought it for just around 500,000. So that doesn't leave a lot of money left for major
Yeah.
renovations like you're talking about. So maybe he's going to escape this, but still, I feel bad for this family, right? Like father and son. Yeah, like you
Yeah.
said, nobody. I guess just they don't
Yeah.
didn't know
Haunted
anybody in the
house
area.
too.
Nobody checked on
Yeah,
him.
not to mention now it's a haunted house, but anyways. We could just keep talking about this forever, but
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah.
I had a really good day on SMCI and Sky. What was it? SKHY. I always butcher that name.
Sky.
Oh, sure.
Sky.
I'm gonna call it
Sky.
Sky now.
Peter, your AMD is just taken off, hey? Like you were trading that when it was like $80 like 2 or 3 years ago. Now it's just absurd.
I can't handle it at $500. It's
I know. Do you ever trade AMDL, like the leveraged, or no? You
no.
don't, eh?
I've
Okay.
tried, and it's not. I mean, I suppose
It's not original.
It's
It's
not the
not the same
same.
brand. It's
Yeah.
not
That's
the
right.
same.
That's fair. That's fair.
Anyway.
Tesla just keeps on going. Like, where's the bottom on Tesla? This thing could just continue to. I was looking at the weekly on it. Like, this thing could go to like $300 today. It's already down 14% now. Unreal.
It's down huge.
Well, sometimes spending a lot on AI does that.
They didn't sell enough of
What
those
does it?
bikes. They should have asked $1,000 instead of 225 for those kids' bikes. Peter, you saw that yesterday. I didn't even open our chat, but that little Tesla bike for the
Yeah,
kids.
no, I responded to you on that.
Oh, did you? Shit, sorry. Oh, sorry.
I that disturbs me, frankly, because I can't picture if you bought that for your kid, that feels bougie. It just feels ridiculous to me.
A
But
hundred, way over the top.
Why? I like
yeah.
that. I was thinking about buying it to my child.
Really? Do you have to at least have one, if not more than one Tesla in the driveway first before you would buy that?
A
It's
hundred
true,
percent.
man.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with one Tesla. But I mean,
Okay.
getting a Tesla car in Russia is not that helpful. Like, you don't get its perks.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
like Porsche never comes out with kids' bikes. Like, why does Tesla have one? Porsche, pardon me. Like, you know? Anyways.
They do have
Now,
a
now I'm just
bicycle.
ranting.
It's
Oh,
not a
do they?
kid's bicycle.
Okay. It's a spin bike. It's in your spare room.
Yeah, no, I have not bought one.
I'm just kidding.
But
All right, guys. Well, thank you. Go get
All
some coffee.
right.
Have a
Take care.
break.
yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll let you guys get on with it. Let's talk stocks. So we'll let you do
Yeah,
it.
we're out of
Evan,
here.
Kyle, have a good one.
Thanks, Peter and Mike. Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you guys, and hello YouTube. It was a really interesting day. Up for hours, I played both Tesla and I played Google, exact same strategy. And I think the main thing that helped me is actually the early entry. So this is one of my favorite strategies. We did talk about it a while ago. A stock that is sold off during the pre-market or a stock that gaps down more than the ATR, it needs to make a quick pullback, at least a momentum pullback. And that's what I decided to trade on Google. Market opens, it continues the sell off, sort of a trap. And the moment this thing goes from let me fix the Epic pen. There we go. And the moment this thing goes from the red to green, I played it to the long side with an initial stop loss around the low. I added on the way up, moving the stop loss to the low of the body. That gave me this average with this stop loss, around 55 cents stop loss. Quick momentum, limit order at the 4-hour target, grabs it, and I'm out. Now, what is this strategy, guys? Not the long one. What strategy do you see around here? That's Brian's famous Rising Devil. You
Rising
go for
Devil.
a stock exactly that is oversold and it's far, and then you wait for it to go to view up. You short it around view up, and you go to the downside. And this is why I usually say you want to trade multiple strategies and know a lot about multiple strategies, even if you are not trading them. I knew that if I play Google to the long side, I need to somehow make sure that I'm out around view up because that is where the sellers are going to start stepping in for Brian's Rising Devil strategy. I then played Tesla, which was a bit unfortunate. Similar idea. Stock is oversold on literally all the time frames. We are looking for a quick pullback on it, at least closer to view up. That's called the risk-free parabolic reversal. What do you do on this? You play it to the long side. If it goes in your favor, you lock in some profits. If it goes against you, exit at break even. So I try to do something similar to this, but here, play it to the long side. If it goes against in your favor, you lock in some profits. And then if it goes against you, exit at break even. But the disappointing part is that it instantly went against me. I instantly lost a full R on it before it ended up going or making that potential pullback. This is one of my mentees. He ended up trading Tesla, but you could see the exact same thing. He played to the long side for a risk-free. I was busy on Google at that time. Partial against you, out at break even. Long, ideally that was supposed to happen, but sometimes it just instantly goes against you before starting to make the move. So that was the summary. That was my day, but I'm happy. 3 hours for today.
It's an amazing day. Love that.
Yeah, it was good. Considering the fact that the move was really small, right? It just mainly was a good risk to reward ratio with a good entry. That was all. And tomorrow, it's my wife's birthday, so I think I'm not going to be trading tomorrow, and that's why I said it felt like the end of the week, closing it with a win, and it was an up and down week. I had a -1 hour day, followed by a +3 or 4 hours, followed by somewhere around -1 or -2, followed by another 3 or 4. Overall, the week is over 5 hours in the green, which makes me happy. I might trade midday or end of the day tomorrow, but for now, it is what it is. You traded SKHY.
Yeah, and SMCI. I did. Can you flip to the SMCI? I trade first. I did
All
this
right,
first.
let me download that one.
This
One
one.
second.
So I had a few levels marked up on SMCI. I didn't actually have it on my watch list, but I always like this is on my. It's like my what is it? Not Baker's dozen. What's the saying?
Mm-hmm.
Usual suspects. That's what it is. Baker's dozen. Anyways, 3140. I had this line marked up as well as 3210. So I've been, I anticipated this trade, this one out of a 1 minute opening range breakout. I talk about this a lot in one of my strategy webinars. When there's so many people that get in on the 1 minute orbs, I don't trade these anymore. So I had this for a double top from the pre-market at 7 o'clock. So it rejected that. So I went short just quick. This was a good little scalp. I put my stop loss above the 2 minute candle, and then I partialed all the way down to VWAP, and then it bounced from VWAP. I missed my, I don't know. I had a,
Sorry to cut you out, Kyle,
yep,
but this is
yep,
exactly a similar trade idea that I was talking about. This is the risk-free parabolic
yeah,
reversal trade. It's like the rubber band effect, right? With you pull it out, it gets extended, it snaps back, and this is exactly what's happening here on SMCI. You pull it out, it gets extended. Once the move goes from green to red, you short it, partial all the way to the downside, and if it goes against you, you cut it to break even. Exact same thing that was done here on Tesla, and exact same thing that was done here on Google. So similar idea,
perfect.
different direction. Well done.
And then I had my stop loss at break even, but I think I got a little bit of slippage on that. So that was
Hmm.
fine. And then I went to SKHY, and then I did a break and retest. This one, I think I made about 5R on this trade. This one was beautiful. And I rode Market Atlas all the way to the top on this one. Let me just pull it up on mine. So this was a 5 minute opening range breakup. I actually added twice on this by accident, so I got a little bit nervous. That's why I partialed a lot after what handle was that? About 938. So I went long. So it was a 5 minute opening range breakup. I waited for a confirmation candle. I didn't get in on the initial opening range because I've been getting chopped up a lot. Like it's just similar to what Apple's been doing to you. Like there hasn't been a lot of continuation on the stocks that I've been playing through the 5 minute candle, like straight out of it. So I've been waiting for that confirmation candle. Got a nice push up through there, partialed 3 times, and then it squeezed back up with really good volume. So I added in twice by accident. I only meant to do it once, but I hit my hockey twice. And then I waited because my average was really tight. It was right underneath, I think, the 200 moving average there. So I waited patiently. I took a sip of my coffee and then I waited that 1 minute and then I partialed pretty aggressively. These are all 10% partials. And then there was a huge market atlas at 177.50. So I top ticked the 178 that I had on my pre-market levels as well, thanks to Eamon on my 15-minute chart. And then it went against me and I just started partialing down because I just had a feeling that it was going to get stopped out. So I took my stop loss to I think 50 cents on top of where it was. I just front run it a little bit because I had a feeling it was going to come back down to VWAP and it did. So I saved an extra about $50 and had some lunch. And then at the same time, so that was my second trade. I was in SMCI again for a long on a very similar gap and go. So it was a great day. I was really happy with my execution today. I checked all my boxes and it was a win. Yeah, feeling good.
Well, that's actually good. Good job. I mean, you're having a good day as far as I can see. Let's see what the BBT members and mods did around here. John, I'm wondering if this is a member or a moderator. It's John, the moderator. Yeah, looking at the strategy is John, the moderator, playing the break of the hive day strategy. And look at these guys. A break of the hive day strategy coinciding with a 5 minute opinion range breakout, right? It starts the day by forming the high of the day, ends up by selling off not a lot, but briefly, reclaiming the high of the day and breaking it, which also coincides with a 5 minute open range breakout. That's the open, that's the close, and that is the wick. Beautiful, long, the famous entry criteria, increasing volume at the entry candlestick. You could see that he exited all out around here. Might not seem like a big move, but John is usually having his stop loss around the low of the entry candlestick or the low of the previous candlestick. Right. So worst case scenario, this is his stop loss, this is his profit, which is more than 1 hour. John also mentions when he's playing the break of the high of the day that he is usually having a slightly above 1 hour target, but he's not going for a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio because most of the time his losers are less than 1-to-1. So he'd be having a loser of 0.3 or 0.5, 0.2, targeting a 1 hour profit. And overall, it would still be going for a 2 or 3-to-1. I mean, profit loss ratio. This is the Google trade that I've taken. We already have covered that. Look at these guys. Exact same trading style, but it is on the 5 minute chart. Oversold stock, red to green move, all the way up to view up. See, I mean, a lot of traders trade it, but
I love
without even
that.
realizing how they're trading it.
That's exactly. I was just gonna say that. I don't want to cut you off, but I think I do that not knowing that I'm actually doing it.
One of the things about trading is just knowing the where the market is headed, having the
Right.
feelings. And the
Yes.
second part of it is knowing exactly why you have this feeling. Andrew
Right.
has a complex trading style, and a lot of time he'll be scalping a stock to the long side, will be riding the momentum. And it's not that he's trading randomly or just trading price action because he has the skill, right? And probably he can explain it if you ask him deeper. But that's basically the thing. A lot of traders they take strategy, they trade it, but they do not explain it, or sometimes they're not understanding exactly why they feel it. I'm not saying that they don't know what they're doing, but those are a bit different things. Knowing becoming or being a consistently profitable trader and being to explain your strategy in detail. And that also gets back to being too detailed when you're journaling your trades. Why did you take the trade? What is your trigger? What is your exit? Learning more about different trading strategies. That helps you a lot with the targets, with the exits, with the ads, with everything. Anyway, beautiful trade by Mike. We have Andrew K playing Tesla. You wanna go over this one, Kyle?
Andrew K. Let me just see it on yours.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we got here. I can't even see his entries.
Okay. These are the
Oh,
entries
I see
around
him.
here to the
Yeah, here
short
we go.
side.
That looks like a
Mhm.
5 minute opening range breakdown to me. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's created the 5 minute range. He goes short after a confirmation candle underneath the 5 minute range. Did he partial? Yeah, he partialed.
Yeah, he exited break even, I
Oh,
think.
okay. Yeah, he put a partial note. Yeah.
Uh,
And this is, I
uh-huh.
mean, this is good risk management too, and this is something I've been picking up not only from Eamon but other traders in BBT, right? Use the 9 moving average as your stop loss. Don't always. When I first started trading, I would use just the opening range, and this does coincide with the opening range too. But use a technical stop loss instead of just using the range. Use the 9 moving average, which I think he kind of did here. He could have been stopped out maybe 10, 15 seconds earlier, just underneath the 9, but good risk management. He got out, but then he goes back into it and then rode it to the downside. So really nice trade. And this actually looks like a gap and go or a break and retest. So it's in the 5 minute range. It breaks out of the range, comes back into the range, then he reshorts it after the confirmation. So yeah, I think really nice trade there.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. And someone asks which is the 9 moving average? This is it. The green moving average is probably the 9, and the dotted is the 20 moving average. It seems like
Oh,
he's
okay.
also using Bollinger Bands, if I'm not wrong. Could also be the Bollinger Bands.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay, that's what it is.
this feels like the 9 moving average. Yeah, it is 9 EMA. The
The
green is
green line
definitely
is?
the green is definitely the 9 EMA. The green is the
Okay, yeah,
9, yeah.
for sure.
Um,
Oh, this is Glenn, isn't it? I can just tell. I can tell by his charts. This guy,
go for
oh
it
yeah.
then.
Oh, this guy's been this his money printer's been on. He's a trader inside BBT. He is a great trader. This one I think again, just I think the green might be his VWAP. It's hard to tell. but could be a VWAP squeeze. I mean, the stop loss for me is a little bit wide, but everyone trades their own way. So I think the blues are obviously ads. So 1, 2. So he added good patience. Depends on where his stop loss is. Looks like he has about $10 stop loss. This is on MU. Good patience. So he's added 4 times. He knew something because I think he got out a lot at $1,000. Oh, you know what? Brian was in this trade as well. Brian took the same trade. So nice level probably at 1,000. Took a lot off and then partial on the way down. $5,500. Not a bad day for a 5 minute trade.
Yeah. RLB, I wish traders would annotate this. RLW, the thing about reviewing trades is that you do your own analysis. You don't want to see what the other trader did in their words, because a trader might be thinking that they are trading something and they will annotate it when in fact it's not that correct, or statistically you know that this is not the good thing. So you review their trade as from neutral perspective, giving your own feedback or input to it. That's the best thing about reviewing a trade. SNDK around here looks like an Harvey open range breakout. And yeah, Harvey loves SNDK. And I love this strategy. Consolidation area, break, retest, continuation. I think the initial stop loss was really tight because he instantly got out of it. Good re-entry on a small ABCD pattern, good patience all the way to the upside. This is just a straightforward retest after the breakout strategy. And it is really smart that he entered around here. Not here, not here. Obviously, not a good one around here, because we are going to be going against a resistance area that it could instantly reject. Not good around here, because this is the end of candlestick 2 and the beginning of candlestick 3, and we have the 3 candlestick rule. You do not want to enter on the third candlestick, because after 3 there is usually a pullback. I think there was a small FOMO around here where he played it to the long side, and that was exactly the third candlestick. Gets stepped out on the pullback, but good re-entry followed by a move. I love that.
Oh, Harvey's
Uh,
Harvey's such a good trader.
he has
He's
insider info
he's
on SNDK.
yeah, I know for sure he does. His sister or someone works for corporate. He's one of your mentees, right?
Uh, Harvey, he got the course, not
Oh,
one of
okay.
my meetings, but he knows how to ask the right questions. A lot of times when we're in the chat room, he's been sharing his trades. We've been doing a lot for his, but the progress that he's had is really high. Short amount of time. He's been trading, I think, for a year and a half, if I'm not wrong, and finding consistency after 1 year or a year and a half is a rarity.
Good
But
for
he
him.
is one of the members who got the course. J2H traded MU, which is similar to John's strategy, break of the half day strategy. We went through it, so we are not gonna do that one more time. But beautiful trade, a good patience, holding on to it all the way to the upside. And then we have Vinod. Where is the entry? I don't see the entry on this one. I can see one triangle. I'm not sure where is the other triangle. Do you see it? Guys, I
I
think I'm
don't
colorblind.
know. No, it's not there.
I
It's
think I'm
not there.
colorblind. Vinod, what did you do to this chart?
I'd say it's
Show me
probably
your
just
entry.
and then yeah, it's right there. 2 to the right.
Wait,
One
here.
more. Right there, yeah.
Is it there or you think it's there?
Oh, I know it's there. There's a difference between thinking and knowing, and I see it. Go up like two half an
Wait,
inch. It's right there. Are you
am I
serious?
colorblind, guys? Am I colorblind? Because
I
I
can't tell if you're
swear.
taking a piss out of us or what's going on here. I
Wait,
100%.
I see it on YouTube, but I don't see it on
Oh,
my chart. Let me try to screenshot it this way. Why am I getting
oh,
crazy?
weird.
I see it this way. I don't see it this way. I see it this way. Okay, that's
Yeah,
weird. Anyway, guys, probably a horrible gaming monitor. It's
no,
expensive
no, no.
gaming monitor, but that's not a good one. That's probably why I lost a few competitions, not seeing the head of the enemy. Anyway, guys, uh, I like the trade,
I,
but I probably would not have shorted it around here for one single reason. You're playing it after green. After a green, it could overlap before the continuation. Most of the time when you play continuation, especially on the 1 minute chart and you play it after a green candlestick, you want to see one of the two things. You either want to see the buyers are still in control, pushing the price to the red, and then you short it. And if it is an inside bar candlestick, which it is right now, you wait for it to close red and you play it instantly on the next candlestick. That's the way I would have done it, but still
Mm.
got a better entry, anticipating it, and exit all out. I know a lot of traders using an all in, all out method, going for a 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, which is a good start when you just get into trading. As you move forward as a trader, you might want to trade every trade individually and independently. Uh, this is the thing, that it's just that you cannot have general rules for literally every single strategy where I'm going to be exiting all out at 2 hours or at 3 hours or 1 to 1. It depends on how tight your entry was or wide it was, what time frame you're playing, what strategy you are playing, and based on that, you want to develop your risk management rules.
Tesla is still going. It's down 15% now. Oh my God. It's on SSR. It's at 50 million shares traded. This thing could go. Like, where do you see a bottom on this? Like, if you go to the 60 or the weekly, like
Three
this
hundred
thing.
dollars probably, just because
Okay,
it's
that's
around
that's what I
psychological
said.
number and it's a
Yeah.
decent level, or a decent zone at least. Yeah,
This
more or less.
319 seems to be a pretty big level of resistance. But I mean, yeah, this thing could just keep going all day long. Their earnings were that bad, huh?
I mean, they weren't that good. Not Google. I mean, they weren't bad, by the way. No, the revenue, the growth, everything was really good. But there is a lot of spending. Now, let's say that you made, I don't know, $5,000 and you
Mhm.
reinvested $7,000. So you make something, but you spend more than you make into something else. And obviously, it's the cost of business. They have a vision they want to build before they start generating cash. And eventually, they will be generate cash. I don't know about Tesla. I know for sure about Google. The thing about Tesla is that uh, Peter talked about it. They are not leading. Like, you have another company building robots, and they're doing good. You have another company working on the robot axis, and they are doing well. And you have Tesla, who wants to do these things, wants to compete with other companies that are already creating things, and it's falling behind. So there is the vision. They're spending for the business. Eventually, that's going to generate money, but the key is, are you going to be able to do it before you run out of money? And Google probably not going to run out of money. This is a big company making 45 billion in a quarter, or 38 billion in a quarter, spending 45 billions in 1 quarter. It's okay. I mean, it's pennies for this company, but
Yeah.
still, it's a lot of money being spent and you don't see the income. For Tesla, Peter also mentioned this, they were on the verge of bankruptcy a few times, going literally on a sharp edge, walking literally on a sharp edge. And uh, Elon is a smart guy. Probably he has the vision. Probably it is going to work out. I don't think there is going to be big cash issues, because Tesla, or at least how Elon's envisions it, is not just a car company, right? The car company
Hmm.
there to finance the other things. Similar to SpaceX, it's not just a Starlink company, but Starlink there is to refinance the other things that SpaceX is doing. Overall, yes, earnings were really good, but a lot of spending, and that's what happens when you get that. But it's probably going to recover.
Well, that's what we used to do when I was a general manager at restaurants, right? Like we call them customer losses. Like people will come in, it's just like a happy hour. You get people to just come in and sit down and have fries for 2.99 or whatever, but then they buy a $15 glass of wine, right? So you spend money to make money. That's just like every single business model. Like you lose money, but then you try and make a little bit more on the back end of different things. Like get people in for happy hour between 3 and 5 o'clock, but at 5 o'clock, happy hour cuts off, but then they still want another drink, and now they have to pay double for it. And then they stay for dinner and they buy a steak, and then all of a sudden it's just like that's where these loss leaders come into play, is because like fries cost nothing. So they come in, they buy fries for $3.99, but then they buy a glass of wine that's $16, but the whole bottle is $12. So we just made all of our profits on that. So little things like that. So that's exactly what he's doing with Tesla. Like exactly like you said, he's just rolling that money into SpaceX and other ventures, I suppose. But that's the way the world works.
Yeah, and it would be good to actually time a reversal on this thing. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to play a reversal on this strategy. Sorry, today at all, because I already lost on Tesla. You know, my trading style, trade until a loss. Google was a winner. Tried another trade, Tesla. Tesla was a loser. That's it. We call it a day and we are done. But we can find the bottom. For now, the level 2 looks so bearish. I don't think it's going to reach 300 today, but anything is possible. If you think about it, it already sold off somewhere around $55. $19 left to the $300 round number. If that's not going to happen today, then in the next couple days. Do you trade Microsoft yesterday? No, Alex, I did not trade Microsoft. I traded actually Apple yesterday for the reversal play, and it did good. Gave me around 2.5 hours. I partial. It made a pullback. I added and I gave back everything that I have made. So the last trade was a break-even trade. Remember when we were saying that okay, two trades at the open down 1.5 hours, having one more bullet for the day. I was looking at Microsoft, which did not look good enough for me. I decided to stick to Apple. Played Apple on the mini double bottom of the 5-minute chart around the level. Gave me a good run into the pivot. We said that we target the previous swing levels. Pulled back, flagged, added, went against me, got out. So this made me nothing. This was just a break-even trade. Had I exited all out around here, I would have been back to the green for the day. And that's what most of the traders are going to do. If you are down 2 hours for the day and then you are in a trade that is making you 2.5 or 3 hours, you're like, okay, I'm gonna take it. I want to just get back to break even. Then I'll be looking for another trade to start making money. But that's not the good mindset. If you know that your trade statistically makes you 4 hours or 5 hours, and you want to change your management simply because you're in the red today, then there is something wrong about it. Make sure that you manage your trades the exact same way, whether you are in the green, whether you are in the red.
Eamon, can you pull up? I just had someone message me for my SMCI trade.
Yeah.
This was a perfect. I mean, I missed the entry a little bit, but this is a break and retest or my gap and go. Ignore the first trade, but my second entry at 955. So this ideal
Mm-hmm.
entry, after it breaks the range, I think I missed my entry by about 20 cents. I would have liked to have seen that my entry on top of that really bullish candle. I mean, that's an ABCDD ABCDD pattern as well, but this is one of my favorite strategies. This is what I traded in the majority of my funded account is this break and retest. So it created the 5-minute range, it broke out of it, but then you wait for the confirmation candle. So an ideal entry, like I said, would have been about probably 5 seconds before that one, but I still held that nicely, held a 9 moving average, and then my all out. No, my target on this was 32.20, I believe, and then I got stopped out after that. But this was a nice break and retest. Thanks, Eamon. I just had someone
Good
ask me
job.
for it. Yeah. Rufus, has anyone explained why CapEx is bad? Why is a company reinvesting itself in a future product a bad thing?
Okay, so sorry, you want to go for it? Go for it.
No, you hit it. No, you go ahead.
Okay. So CapEx is not bad, but I see unproductive one is bad. Investors are obviously happy to see that the companies that they invest in reinvest their money in something else if that spending generates higher future revenue and cash flow. The concern with Google and maybe with Tesla around here is not the spending itself, it's that the capex right now is growing faster than the free cash flow. So Wall Street here wants proof that the returns are keeping the pace with the spending. So you make money, you reinvest it. You make money, you reinvest it. You make more money, you reinvest more. But you make some money, but then you reinvest more than you make. And then another quarter comes and you say that I'm gonna double my spending for the next quarter when you could not even catch up or generate enough revenue in the previous quarter. That is basically the negative thing around here. So it's not don't spend, it's just show me the payoff before you start spending more.
Did anybody trade a reversal on SpaceX? I did not, but let's see. After 12 a.m. yesterday. I didn't. No, I didn't trade any SpaceX
Let's take a
yesterday.
look at SpaceX. Wondering what happened on it yesterday. SpaceX, yesterday you're saying at 12 p.m. You saying at 12 p.m. the reversal? Oh, I wouldn't say that that's actually a reversal play. You can call it maybe a trend continuation rather than a reversal play. Why is that? Because this thing is selling off. And what you see around here on the 5 minute chart is just a small pullback before the continuation of the sell-off in the day. You could see it more clearly on the 60 minute chart. There it is around here, you see? So we're in a sell-off, we're in a pullback before the continuation happens. Sometimes you just see these small pullbacks, or you look at the 5 minute chart alone, or on the daily chart, or on the 1 minute chart alone. You're like, okay, there was a reversal, there was a double bottom, there was trend continuation. But in the bigger picture, it fits somewhere else.
Sir Shy Guy, should I buy Google tomorrow? I don't know. Should you? Or do you want it for a swing trade? Or are you gonna just day trade it, or what are you thinking? It's a pretty generic question. Should I buy Google tomorrow?
Rufus, I agree with you. You're right about that part. I mean, companies should clearly show how much future demand is already contracted, when that backlog is going to convert into revenue, and what return investors should expect from today's capex. I think if they do that, that would affect the stock in a different way. But maybe they don't have an idea about it yet, right? They're like, okay, this is a race right now. You have the Anthropic, you have OpenAI, you have Chinese Kimi K3, and everybody is trying to build a tool that is better than the other. You have Google, which is by the way falling off with their Flash 3.6, which is nowhere better than 3.5, right? So right now it feels more like a race than a structured plan, or maybe there is a structured plan that we don't know about because they didn't tell us. But you're right about this part. They need to clearly show this if and that would maybe prevent this reaction. But why would they not show it if they know that showing this clearly and speaking about the numbers, the expectations is going to prevent the stock from selling off? Then why are they not doing it? I wish it was 100 billion. It's 420 right now, cumulative. It's it was 45 in one single quarter. They're raising it for the next time, and they have still 190 planned to spend.
They just have unlimited cash flow, hey? Like, oh, like 420 billion. Unbelievable. Are you watching anything right now?
Not really. Just
Yeah.
watching Tesla and Google to see where they are going to be bottoming, but I'm not actively searching for a trade since I'm not going to be trading. But if you guys have any questions, or you want us to take a look at any particular stock, write it down and we are going to do it.
What are your plans for your wife's birthday tomorrow? Are you taking her for lunch or dinner?
Should,
Oh, I guess it's 6 o'clock there, right? So you're going for dinner now. I always forget you're so far ahead. Russia, 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 right?
yeah.
A nice
No,
dinner, eh? Do you drink? Do you drink wine? You drink wine?
no, I don't drink, but sometimes my wife's father forces me to take a cup. He's making some high quality stuff in his
Okay.
basement. And he's like, you have to, and you can't.
You're like,
say no.
do I have to? Yeah.
No,
Take a
you
sip.
can't say no.
No, it's disrespectful if you say no, right?
Yeah, you see? So it's like, okay.
Well, that'll be nice.
I haven't drank even I hadn't drank alcohol at all until I met her. I don't know, good influence or bad influence. Her father forced me. I'll blame him. No, to be honest, there is no one to blame. It's just that
Of course not.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not getting me any harm if I do that like once a month when I am there and he asks kindly for it. I just don't feel like I should say no.
You're a good son-in-law.
Mhm.
You never say no. You never say no to the father-in-law. No,
Yeah, exactly.
they're they're the wise.
And
They're the
he's a nice
wise man.
guy.
Yeah. Spy doing something. Did we hit a bottom? Let's see. Oh, maybe. 730. What did it get down to? 735.21. Yeah, it's bouncing a bit. Well, it's down 1.5%. I don't see it selling off much more than that, but crazier things have happened. I
Yeah,
think the SPY moving like 2% a day either way that's a big day, isn't it?
7%.
No, 2%. Like selling off 2%. Is
Oh,
that
I
is that
see. No,
normal?
I mean, no, it is normal. You get this always 1% or 2% a day. Obviously, it's fluctuating. One day you're down 2%, second day you're up 1%, and eventually by the end of the year you get the average, right?
Right.
So it's not that big, I think. But
Seven.
7%, yeah, would be insane. I thought you said seven. Pat is asking, are you just visiting Russia for a while, or is that the home base? How did you end up there? My father was studying in Russia back in the 80s when it was the USSR. He met my mother and he continued studying around here. He started maybe working, and then the USSR collapsed. And I was born in Russia in 94. Uh, I lived here for 5 years, 6, 7 years, 6 to 7 years. And then I traveled back to Yemen, finished all school, whole high school, and I came back to Russia to study in university. I actually got some scholarships to Germany, to Canada, to France because I graduated on top of my country. But the timing couldn't have been worse. I graduated in 2014. In Yemen, you need to wait for 1 year before you get the degree because it's government exam. They take so long with all the formalities and checking everything. Anyway, I got it in 2015. The war ignited there, whole embassies collapsed. Got a lot of rejections because I had the Yemeni passport back then. So I had the plan B, going back to Russia, the place where I was born in. I finished university around here, and I started trading on my second year of university, became consistently profitable on my fourth year of university. Uh, Decided to get the degree thanks to Peter, by the way. He's amazing. I'll keep remembering Peter for like forever because he pushed me to finish university. He said, you don't want to be a high school dropout. You are going to make use of that degree eventually. But yeah, thinking about not just a trader who is a high school dropout, a trader with a medical degree. Anyway, finished my medical university, and I just decided to stay in Russia. Bought my first apartment, then the second one, then a house. I have a few real estates around here, and I don't feel like moving. I like it. It is safe. It is good around here. The only thing I hate is cold. So I had a few moments where I thought about getting a property somewhere, maybe in Thailand, Dubai, Bali. I thought about that Thailand. To be honest, I love it. I mean, it's the weather there is amazing. People are nice and everything's nice. So I'm thinking about getting a property there, just spending the winters. But I don't think I want to live somewhere other than Russia.
Yeah, Peter's actually brought that up a few times of how he pushed you to get your degree and how happy he was that you actually went back and did it. Because you've been with BBT for like 10 years, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been with BTS for like 10 years, since 2016 approximately, 2016 to 17, more or less. I don't keep track, but yeah, around 10 years.
Some of your old videos that I used to watch, you look so different. Like you're like I mean, you're in good shape, but like you look jacked. You had shaved sides, you know, you're just a young man now. You have a great flow and you've grown up right in front of our eyes, hey?
That's exactly it. I've been thinking about, yeah.
Eamon, can you take a look at MSTR for a potential reversal?
Yep.
Someone's asking you.
MSCR seems like it's selling off with. Is the whole market selling off or not? Just double check. Yeah, it is selling off with the whole market apparently. Uh, Not exactly following it, but still. I think if I were to play a reversal on MSTR, I'd be waiting at least for 92-ish or 90.30. But then that's too far because it's way past the ATR. Um, but a 15-minute reversal candlestick, not exactly parabolic. We already made the reset. This thing is probably going to break the low of the day. I don't think it's ready for a reversal. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's ready.
Wait, Chris, you're saying you dropped out of high school, but now you have 4 degrees and a master. Can you get a master's without graduating high school? I didn't know that was I didn't think you were eligible. Anyways, good for you either way. If you have 4 degrees and a master's, like wow, congratulations. I watched a video yesterday and Eamon looked like he was in high school, which he wasn't too far removed from high school. Hey, t t 10 years ago, we all looked a lot different. I can guarantee you that. I had frosted tips and a mohawk and a chin strap. Like I don't even, I'm so happy. Like I didn't really grow up with social media because none of that stuff was documented and no one can ever pull that stuff up. Like a mohawk with streaks. Like what was I thinking? Like God, what an idiot. Anyways,
It feels difficult to do the things that we used to do back then right now. I don't know. Is it
ah
just
yeah.
getting older or it's like right now cameras everywhere, everywhere with the phone. I remember when I was in high school, I mean, it wasn't that far away, but not everybody had phones. I mean, maybe it was because I was living in a poor country. Maybe
Hmm.
not, but it wasn't as documented as it is right now. Now you say the wrong word and you're filmed and you're all over the social media.
You're canceled. Yeah, it's over for you. I got my first cell phone in grade 11. It was that little blue Nokia, and you had Snake on it. That was the first phone. Now I'm just dating myself, but I mean, everyone knows I'm 40, but technology just wasn't around. And honestly, it was a simpler time. But it makes things better, obviously. Like there's good and bad to everything, obviously. But frosted tips, yeah. You bald at 21. Okay.
Mm,
Um, no
go for
funded
it.
account. Yeah, yeah. We have to get to 500 likes. Centauri. How do you say that? Sanitariani? Sorry if sorry, I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, we have to get to 500 likes before. So unless you have 140 bot accounts, I don't think we're gonna do a giveaway today. But that doesn't mean we can't do it tomorrow. There's 420 people watching. I mean, we could get it could happen, but I don't think it's realistic. Um, Nokia 3310. That's exactly what it was. The little blue one. And the only game on it was Snake. Yeah, I know Candy Store. I'm not complaining. I love being 40. I love being 40. I'm actually happy with where am in my life. I'm in a good time and I'm in reasonably good shape. You know, life's good. I have a son. I'm trading. Life is good. You thought I was in my 20s. You should see if I shave my beard. I'm getting married in actually 29 days now. I'm not going to shave my beard off, but maybe after that
Oh,
I'll
I thought
shave
you're
it
already
off.
married.
No, just fiance. No, we've been together 5 years though, 6 years.
Well, congrats.
Yeah, so 29 days. So I'm going to keep my beard for that, but then after that, maybe if I have a really bad trading day, I'll shave my beard, and then you guys can see when I shave my beard, I look like I'm 20. It's crazy.
Well, guys, if you see Kyle shaving his beard, he probably had a horrible training day. Remember that? Write it down.
Yeah, yeah, and the light will be red. Yeah, there you go. If I lose, let's see. Well, I try not to lose 5 hour a day, but 5 hour loss would be really bad for me. So if I ever do that, if I have a Hulk day, I'll shave it all off. I was in college when Kyle was born. Okay, all right. VIX is up almost 20%. I don't mutton. I don't know what mutton chops are. Oh, those square things, Pat. I'm not too sure what those are. The SPY did seem to find a bit of a bottom, but It's rejected the 50 moving average and it's coming back down a little bit, but
The
we'll see what
first
happens.
big pullback after a huge sell-off, it's usually another reversal. We do get that, but we do rarely get V reversals after huge sell-offs. So I think it will continue going lower. Maybe it will double bottom. Maybe it will trap you a couple times. V reversals are rarely happening after 11 o'clock.
What's Tesla doing? Tesla kind of, I mean, it's following the market obviously, but it did find a bottom at 318.55. See if it gets some buying and any continuation here, but I wouldn't, like Eamon said, I wouldn't be looking for a reversal just yet. Nothing on the 5 minute chart. No double bottom yet. Just sit tight. Just be patient. I mean, the thing about day trading, right? Like we talk about it all the time. Like you don't need to trade. Just sit down, relax, have a coffee,
Let
listen
the
to
trade
us
come.
rant, let the trade come to you, and then when it shows itself, pull the trigger.
Exactly. Don is asking, I'm confused about broken support and resistance levels. Once price breaks a support or a resistance, do you remove it or does it still have significance? It still have significance, obviously. You don't instantly remove a level simply because it broke it. Um, this is, by the way, what you call a break and retest. You have a level, price breaks, retest, and you play the continuation. Sometimes you have a level, the price breaks, recovers inside, and you want to keep paying attention to this level just to make sure if this is a fake break or not. So sometimes you could retest and come back and reject it, and you can play to the opposite direction. But obviously, a level on its own is nothing. You can't just have a level and then play the break of it, or play the retest of it, or play the rejection from it. You need to zoom out for the bigger picture, but you don't just simply remove it. It still has a significance. Now the thing about levels is that they are zones. The fact that the level broke a level doesn't necessarily mean that it broke a level. It's an area of interest. So it could seem like it broke the level and then it's going to sell off. And can you say that the level did not hold in this case? It actually held. It's a zone. So you can one can literally make a whole hour webinar talking about levels.
And a lot of people use Camarilla pivots inside BBT as well, but like I have them on one chart on my bottom left chart, but the more I think about it, and Eamon kind of nailed it as well the other day, and he talks about it lots, obviously. They're just levels. They're just pools of liquidity, like, your S1, 2, 3, 4, 5, R1 to 5. They're all just pools of liquidity and just levels across the board. So if you're already drawing your levels, you're going to know where those Camarilla pivots are. Um, but they are, honestly, I use them like on my chart. I have on my main screen, I have four windows. Three don't have them, and then one does, just so my eyes kind of know where they are. Um, but yeah, again, they're just pools of liquidity, and that's where Market Atlas is so good as well, and that's why it's become one of my best friends. It's just it helps you as well. Like you can have your Camarilla pivots, you can have Market Atlas, and you can draw your own lines as well. And it's just more confirmation for you when you're about to execute your trade of where your potential targets are. So that's why, yeah, drawing your lines of liquidity before you sit down is super critical to your success, right? And I didn't do that for a long time, to be honest. Like when in the first 6 months, I wasn't doing that. Like I never really went to a 15, a 30, an hourly chart. I just traded off the 1 and the 5 and the 15 a little bit, but it's I never really honestly peeled the layers back. And that's what I mean, I've said it 10 times, but one of my favorite quotes in Eamon's book is like the 1 minute chart is you're looking at a tree, but when you're looking at the 30 or the 60, you're looking at the whole forest. So you really need to understand the bigger picture of things, of where these pools of liquidity are. So, and that's what I did on SMCI today. Like there was a huge level at 32, I think it was 10 on not only Market Atlas, but I found that on 30-minute chart as well. So really doing that homework and putting the time in and not just sitting down to trade in the morning is going to like really increase your success as a trader. And you guys all know that in chat because you guys all do that every day. So just keep it going. Ben Colt's Camarillas are silly. Well,
Yeah, you see, yeah, I know what Calvin says. They're not silly, and uh,
yeah.
They are there for a reason. They're there because statistically they've proven to be held. But I personally trust the levels that I can draw. I
Right.
sometimes you get Camarilla pivot point that's holding to the penny, and you're like, oh my god, these are like magic. It touched it to the penny and rejected. Zoom out the hourly chart a little bit more, and you'll see that this Camarilla pivot was in a way calculated based on the levels from exactly bin calls. It's just math. So you can draw as accurate levels without using Camarilla. But some people they're not good at identifying levels. They need skill, they need some time before they're able to draw good levels. For these type of people, Camarilla pivot points serve as a good uh, opportunity or option to find good day trading levels. I mean, I'm on
Can
Google, but go
go
for it.
ahead.
Sorry.
No, 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 that's good. I was just reading some of the chats. You're there along Google. Can you tell what you think about Google now?
Well, I would definitely, if I were long in it, I would have definitely locked in some profits in this area. Like we said, always partial around swing levels, and the next target would be around this area. I doubt it's going to make a big move to the upside. This thing is going down more. It's just that it was oversold. Take a look at the hourly chart. It never made any single pullback since like 4 a.m., just lower highs. Um, we have 5 minutes before this hourly candlestick closes. The next hourly candlestick is going to make small peak to the upside before probably the sell-off for the next leg to the downside. So worth locking in some profits. And yes, there is still some room to the upside. Not a lot, just a bit.
What's Nvidia doing? Yeah, it bounced too. 205.96. Is the market, what's going on with the SPY here? Okay, so it is, well, it's looking to break up out of this consolidation. Let's see if it closes above 737.50. Oh, we had a new Lambos and garbage truck member somewhere at the top there. I forgot to welcome them, but welcome. I forgot the name. Whoever you are,
Uh,
thanks for joining.
Right, I'm going to find them. Let's see. Yeah,
I
lacking
couldn't.
267. Yeah,
Okay, there you go. Can
welcome.
you you can scroll up all the way? I can't. What the
No,
hell's
not all
going
the
on?
way. It stops somewhere.
Hmm.
And if you refresh the page, then it will probably disappear.
Hmm. Got it. What other earnings are this week? Do you know any off the top of your head?
We have INTC today. That's probably good enough.
That'll keep things going. That's
Exactly.
post market. That's 4 o'clock, right? 4:30.
Yeah.
Here's how much traders see Intel stock moving after earnings. Let's see. Isn't this the one that Trump said to buy? Or was that MU? I can't remember. I think it
I can't
was
remember
Intel.
either.
Did you see that the government passed that government officials can't trade anymore, like Nancy
Did it
Pelosi?
pass? I thought
It
they,
did.
I know that 196 said no. So everybody who
Um,
said no should be investigated.
yeah, you guys are all criminals. Pelosi.
Everybody who said no should be investigated.
Um, Nancy Pelosi gets extremely defensive over insider trading claims. And what else did she say here? I have never traded insider knowing that these were going to move one way or another. She's such a criminal. That girl, like she makes like $150,000 a year, yet her net worth is like 30 million. It's like, what?
Well, maybe
Like,
she's a
where?
businesswoman.
Oh, yeah, yeah, there you go. Silver lining, eh? What is she involved in? Yeah, look at, okay, so she bought $1 million worth of Intel stock June 23rd. Call
That was a
options.
lucky one.
Lucky, yeah. Uber. What else is she in? Amazon, Google, NVIDIA. I can't believe her portfolio is open
Wait,
for us to see.
it is a press. Okay, are you following her buys? Guys, I didn't know that. Why did I not know about that? I need
Her net,
to get
her
I need to
net
get
worth.
my
Okay,
bot to copy her trades.
so as a government official, her salary is $216,000 a year, but her net worth estimate is 247 million. Like, okay, Nancy, settle down. Like, you're such a criminal. Her strategy has earned her 915% since 2014. Well, good for you. Know what? Good for you, Nancy. Good for you.
Look, you can't tell. Maybe she's just a good trader.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, Nancy. I'm not going political. Nope, I'm not going political.
Alright, guys, with that, and not going political, we'll be calling it a day around here. If you have any questions, feel free to email us, ayman@bearbletraders.com or kyle@bearbletraders.com. Trade smart, take it slow, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers,
Bye,
guys.
guys.
Yep. Have a good day, guys. Mm, 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 mm.